Alrighty. Let's see. How's my voice check? Maybe bring the music down just a little bit. Test 1, 2. My mic too loud? Bring it down a little bit. Pardon me. Doing, man? What could he be doing? We're going to remove some case. Need to make a good line. Do this. We'll put the fan on. There we go. We'll draw a circle around inside there. Then we're going to snip the grate out. I think I might just have a fine point Sharpie. That ain't the one. There it is. Ooh, this might work. Or we can tell by the camera here, let's see, how far are we here? We are just a little less than 2 foot away. And this is like mouth height to me. Done this once before. Same case. Same case make, that is. Some of this is going to get a little gnarly, I think. But we do the best we can. And it's all going to be hidden. Let's see what we got to work with. If you're watching and you can, say hi in the chat. This fan will be mounted inside this. We'll have a filter box here. This is going to be the bottom. Oops, didn't get this spot here. Shoot. Dadgummit. See if that's got it. Now the sound levels in the stream. Give me an okay if it sounds okay. Product placement. I have found that this Noctua fan, Noctua NF-A14, it's a 14 or 140, right? 140 millimeter fan. A lot of case fans that used to be standard was like 120, but these Noctuas are 140 millimeter, 14 centimeter. This particular one, the A14, NF-A14, throws a lot of air. 3,000 RPM. and can't remember what the rating was as far as airflow. But on the pulse width modulator on the motherboard, it runs pretty quiet until you need it to. So you need it to go faster. All right, I don't know if I guess you can see this maybe. All this part here, we're going to clip this out. Why are you going to clip that out? Well, because this is restricting airflow. And we're going to have one fan. This will be like this. We're going to have one fan in the bottom pulling the air up. And it's going to pull it through this pleated filter through a box underneath. So we want to, you take all these little pieces of metal and you take the space out of them and push them together. It's a sizable percentage chunk where it reduces airflow. And plus, with it being there, it's just going to cause airflow disturbances. So we want a good draw through. So we're going to take this out. This is the one I took off of the other one I did. Let's see, where was it? And probably no. Where does that hole go? Ah, there we go. This way. Yeah, that's about right. Let's see if we can do a better job here. Problem is, we got it. This metal's pretty thin. Just have to work the nippers. Where are the nippers? I don't know. Let's see. Let's come over here to the handy dandy case underneath. And we got these drawers. And we put labels on the drawers. This says wire cutter, strippers, pliers, blades, and scissors. Moment of truth. Anytime you do this, it's gonna bend the metal a little bit, so I'll have to go back and rework it. Sometimes we get like a little push up. We're gonna do our best here. And up against the motherboard tray. Clippy, clippy, clippy. Like butter. Big bite. Taking a big bite. This. Ooh, nasty. I don't know what the best way to do this with is. What? Yes. What do you need? Are you streaming? Yes, I kill you. Case modding. Maybe I should put that in the thing. I guess that's kind of obvious though, isn't it? Perfect. Now I can't move this and you can't see what I'm doing. I'm going to mark the footholds, holes that the feet were on. I'm going to mark those on the wood because those are the places where we're going to cut. Double check. Good. All right. Here. One. Three. Then so we're going to run a program on the CNC. We'll have to center up on each one of these. And then we're going to cut a hole all the way through and a recess. Now here's where the difficult part comes in. I need to mark the middle of each of these holes. That's going to be my starting point. This is where we have to get. Be careful. Where the arc comes in. Hmm. Can eyeball it. If I got it close to right, be the same distance. So it looks like 31 because I start this at 1. On 1 should be 33. Hey, that's good. These this way. 1. It's between 14, 1 millimeter below it. Same way. 1. Pretty close. Pretty close. Alrighty. Swing our camera around. Doing here? Waves. Look at that interference pattern. Oh. Alrighty. Calipers. Foldy pieces. It's magnet. It comes in handy. Scrappy news. Check some. Make sure I'm not slipping. I'm gonna get this closer. Maybe. need to remeasure the depth on this. Yeah, it should be alright. Gotta hope this works. Let's clean our deck. Anything left over? Huh. Dude, tie this down. It's too much. Did I go halvesies? I know I cut this out on a piece that was just the same size. Oh, maybe that's how I did it. Although, since I'm just cutting circles, this could be diagonal. Doesn't have to be square. Brilliant! Right? Gonna reach. think that'll do it. Shit. I think that's set up for softwood. This is hardwood. I gotta make a change. Just over here. All right, we got to make a change. Let's see, open up filter box. Bolt hole. Let's see what the settings were. Softwood. Yeah, so we're going to change this to hardwood. Depth 1945. Okay, let's look at tool paths. Edit operation. Hardwood. Thin mills. 321. Select. And then pocket tool path, edit. Select tool, we go hardwood. Thin mills, 321, select. This will change the transition speeds, transit speeds. Okay. Let's see what the simulation looks like. Okay, hide the simulation. Let's go file, save as. and save G code. Save that. Now let's open the big hole. Acrylic, Jesus. It's hardwood. All right. God, I hope I got that right. Now we gotta upload it to the network. There we go. Now we'll go back over to the other place. Check, check. Yep. Piece of candy. Now, since we're just cutting circles, all we have to do is line the bit up with the center. And it works nicely. Question is, yep, that should be fine. Alrighty. Now we're going to reset 0. We need to move the other files over to here from the NAS. That. C projects. Network. Projects. This is the filter box. This goes under 2023 project, I think. Copy. Pastage. Files. Up. Heat bolt. Get our vacuum piece put back on. Page up. Our vacuum boot. We're going to return to 0. All right, rest of our checklist. Let's get the water pump plugged in. Watch the bubbles go. Gets a little air in there. Plug in our VFD. For it to kick on. There we go. And this is supposed to be a 18,000 RPM operation, so we'll have to be sure and turn that up. Spool it up. Dial the frequency up to 300. So touchy. And then we will run the program. Let's see what happens. Ready? Run. There we go. Cross our fingers. Oh, turn on the vacuum. Taking longer than I thought. Not bad. While we're here, let's check the XY. Check the XY of this hole. Pretty close. Now we go down to moving by tenth of a millimeter. Okie dokie, artichoke. Let's set that at reset 0. Actually, our starting 0 was up 1. Let's go down 1. There we go. That's where that was. Set 0 now. Raise it up. Boot back on. Turn to 0. Plug in the water. Fire up the spindle. Vacuum on. Run program. Have my mic off. Oop, wrong one. Looks pretty good. Let's go.
Oh, you like subs? I like subs. Subs are cool.
Ah. Thanks, Scotty. Mr. 5 months. Let's see, I should be able to go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a 0. Right there. Yep. That's 0. Let me set this. Set 0. All right. And then let me bring it up. So this is the this is going to be a base platform for a filter box. It's a filter box for a computer, but this is a base platform that the computer case is going to sit on. So these cutouts here are for the feet. These divots, these, see how that's all popped up? So these feet can't get, well, I can't get it in there. These feet will fit in here like this, and then the bolts will go through, and then I'm going to bolt that down to the wood, and then there's going to be a 140 millimeter fan hole right here, and then we'll mount this knock to a fan inside the case like this, pulling air up through the filter box. Inside the filter box will be this filter. This will be up underneath. So this is like the filter box, computer sits on top. This will be up underneath. And then it'll have a little bit of height to it because these are the, this is how deep it's going to be. So it is pretty deep. So it's going to hold the box, it'll hold the box up. These will be underneath, right? And I'll have a, basically a frame round up underneath. That'll get screwed in from the top, and then we'll go in the sides. And then I'll have a rim that I'm going to use. I'll use little 1-bys in there to hold the filter up, and then we'll use, actually I don't know if I'm going to have to get more. This stuff, we're going to cover this thing here with 2 layers of this, so the box, as we bolt it down, it's going to be nice and cushioned on the bottom, and that helps since this is wood, wood likes to resonate. So this will help pad that. This stuff will help pad that so we don't get as much resonation. And then we'll also use this for gap filler for the filter up underneath. Not my first rodeo. All right, so we've got that centered. We got it zeroed. And we're getting ready to run it to cut another hole. So let me come over here. Let's turn on the, actually let's return to 0. Down it goes. We turn on the spindle. We've already got the water pump running. Yeah, I've done it for all my PCs have one. This is my latest design, and it's specifically for this case. It's similar to some other designs I've done. I mean, I've done some slender ones. I'll show you in a minute, maybe. Let me get this going. So, swing this around. I'm going to show you something. So see this case here? This down here at the bottom? That's a filter box. That side of it's a filter box. This side has, I mounted some USB things in it. This one was my slim line that I did. And granted, it can't set on the floor. It has to set on a hard surface. Ah! What are you doing? That's an older one. I might reutilize, actually I'm going to probably reutilize that case again. I might need to redo the filter box on it though. Well, let me go through the the science with you here and the engineering. So if you can hear me okay over the CNC machine. So your typical cases, right? Like something like this, they put the mesh on the front. A lot of times they have air being sucked in. Maybe put some fans up here blowing out, or maybe put fans sucking in. This has these little mesh filters on it. All these do is, I mean, they do help a little bit. They block, you know, some dust, but you still get plenty of dust in there. What they do is they reduce the airflow, so it takes more fans. So like we got this down here, these two fans, these are coming out. I'm gonna strip these out of here. Whenever I do a modification like this, I have one source of air coming into the case, and then two sources of air going out: the power supply and the video card. This I leave open as just an open exhaust with the CPU air pushing out, so you'll get some air. You get air come out of here because it's positive pressure inside. But you need a fast enough case fan down here to be stronger than what this is going to pull out, if it's going to pull out at all. So everything else gets taped up. All these holes will get taped up. These holes will be tape covered. The front will be covered. And then That'll be bolted down. Where'd that fan go? This fan will mount in here like this. It'll be on the box. It pulls, all the air comes up through here. So like I was talking about these little mesh filters, right? They have a same surface area as your fan. So it reduces airflow. All filters reduce airflow. Well, how can you maximize it? You go with a pleated filter. So when you stretch this pleated filter out, it's basically twice this size, right? As you accordion it out. So you can take this size gap and you can shrink this down by paying for it in depth. That's why like some furnace filters have 2 inches, right? You stretch those out, they'd be like this big. So the deeper it is this way, the more filtration you get for the same surface area of the filter. So this goes underneath. We leave a gap in there so it can draw through all of it, not just like smash down on top of it, right? Start talking and it gets done. Pull that. Kill some of that sound. So anyway, you want to have a gap in here because obviously you don't want that sitting on there because it's just going to pull through this area and you're not going to get full pull through there. So we inside, where's the wood? There is a piece of wood. Basically I have a piece of wood this thick that'll give us a gap, 1 inch gap between the filter and where the fan draws through. So it'll be drawn through all this area up in here. And like I said, I've been every computer in my house has a filter box on it, except for laptops. And your computer will be dust free. It's amazing how dust free they are. I've gone 6 months, even a year, open the case up. You can take, if it's done right, if it's functioning right, you can take your finger, run it inside the case like this, no dust. If it's a little bit, you might get, just a very little. Where you usually get dust and where you see it is you'll get some right here on the leading edge of this fan. And then if you got some there, you might get a little bit, maybe after a year and a half, you'll get some just on the leading edge of, like maybe all your fans, but it doesn't build up. This thing needs to be vacuumed off. So, you tilt your case up, you can lay it over on its side. You can pull it out if you want and replace it, or vacuum it off, pop it back up in there and ignore it for another 6 to 12 months. I've seen it when my kids are dusty, like I pulled theirs where it's just felt in there, it's like, God damn. Yeah, now this box is going to be, I'll show you, let me get this last hole cut and then I'll show you what it's looked like. This box has an overhang. So on the front side of it where the window is, there's going to be a little ledge here that's about, probably 2 or 3 inches. Well, not 3 inches, maybe 2 inches, 2-inch ledge. It's not a big deal. I keep the backside flush so you can lay it down. And then, if you got like little, if you're a girl, or maybe even if you're a boy, you got some bric-a-brac you like to show off, with that ledge, you can, put your little Tony Starks or whatever there. But the reason I had or end up with a ledge there is because of the width of the case. 9-inch cases are really good. The slimline I did there doesn't have a ledge on it because the one when I built it the width of this, which was the same width as the case, and I used thin plywood on the side, but I had to glue it and tack it in with some wire nails. And the problem with that is if you're too tight with your filter, sometimes like when you go to order filters later, they're not the same size. It's better to have the box just a little bit bigger than the filters, because then you can put filler in. If it's if it's tight to the smallest type filter, like the 7.5 or something like that inches instead of 8, then if all you can get is the true 8 inches, then you can't get it to fit. You got to cut it or something. Let me raise this up. People say, why don't you patent that? Why don't you put it out? Why don't you make it? Well, why don't you make $1 at it? Oops. Ideally, see, what case makers should do is they should make their case with their metal, right? And just put a metal thing on the bottom or on the top and design it that way with a good quality fan, like this Noctua. Noctua could do it. Take their Noctua fan to push all the air in, and then have it pull through that filter. And because I said, if it's if you're stamping these things out in the in the factory, you're probably going to add like 3 inches maybe to the bottom of it. I mean, there's something like I had to take a drive bay out, which I'm not going to need a drive bay for this case because the drives are. I mean, if I do, I can stick it up in the top. But I mean, actually, the drive that's going in this case is an NVMe drive, so it's going to be on the motherboard. Complete solid state. So I got to because I'm cutting circles on this CAD program I'm running. It's just all it does is cut these circles. It's made for this particular case for the feet, but it's all it is just, like I said, a circle cut, and its starting point is at the center of it. Whenever you're doing circles, that's the easiest way to do it, because then you need to circle someplace on something. Start from the center point, because then you can place it and then go. That's why I've got this thing set cattywampus, just so I get it clamped down. It doesn't matter when you're cutting circles. This down a little more. Going 1/10 of a millimeter at a time. Still got 4 millimeters to go. 2.7, 2.6. And then I have to eyeball it. So we're gonna go down 1 millimeter off the form there. And then I gotta eyeball it this way under each axis just to center it up. So I can get my big fat head in here. Actually, looks good left and right. Check the back. Let's go back a little bit. Yep. All right, we're good to go. Let's 3-0. Raise it up. Turn to 0. Plug the water in. Start the spindle. Vacuum. Run it. My stuff doesn't overheat, as far as I know. Yeah, I think I did do some temperature testing, like early on. The important thing is again to have the airflow in there. So the quality of the fan is what you have to look at. What's the cubic feet per minute? Like I've got some, that used to be the 120 millimeter fans. You had like regular ones, that were kind of thin, that are 25 millimeters, and then you had some thicker ones that were 38 millimeters thick. And those things would go. I had some of those that were like 100 something cubic feet per minute. And I think that's what this Noctua is, but it's not as loud because it's bigger. It's a bigger fan. So it really depends on what the RPM. If a fan's rated RPM is only like 1500 max, then obviously you're not going to get as much airflow, So you got to find your balance of what your noise level you like. It also depends on how hot your machine's, if you're overclocking your machine, all that stuff. But if you're just running stock, with the letting the motherboard, clock the processor up for demand and things like that, you'll be fine. I mean, I've overclocked before in the past, like manually overclocked, and I haven't had an issue with heat. But I went through many iterations coming up with this. And it's not an original idea. I mean, other people, I remember years ago, like going back early 2000s, where people were trying to tackle the dust problem. And I saw someone come up with, an idea like where they're putting car filters on them and stuff. And that's what got me thinking. I'm like, okay, so I started with a top-down filter once. I tried doing one with like a drawer that you pull out, and it's just too convoluted. And then I moved to just, basically a friction hold in, or maybe pins or something to hold it in, depending on what it is on the bottom. Pretty much I go with friction now. You get, you fold up a piece of that foam padding that I have, and you cover it in tape so it's nice and slick. And you push the filter up in there so it's firm on the sides. It'll stay there. It's not coming out. And then, so like my current rig that I have, I've got a top down because the case I got, it wasn't the way I had things set up. It wasn't conducive to put it on the bottom. It's a good wide case, but I ended up putting the filter box on top with a basically downdraft. I think I might redo that box though, because I'm upgrading that computer, so I'm gonna take the motherboard and processor out of it. I'm gonna replace that. Well, probably most of the drives too, and I'm gonna keep my video card in it with it, but I'm upgrading the motherboard and processor, RAM. Anyway, I think I want to change the fan setup in that so it's a little quieter. I'm gonna use one of these Noctuas, and we're done. Well, it seems like it's getting quicker. Now I'll show you how it's gonna fit. Pretty sharp. Hang on, I'll move the camera here. Got my cords tangled up here. See if I can get this back far enough. Up. So, see the divots, allow that to sit down in. And then, like I said, we'll have that rubber pad cut out, the same size as this, the bottom of this case. And then we'll have that sitting on that. We're going to do 2 layers of that. And then any rough pieces here, I'll get those mashed down. This is because this is mesh metal. It's kind of loose. So that padding will, if there's any vibration or anything, it'll keep that under control. And then like this, I will bring these up through here so that we can place this here like this. This will come up and plug into the motherboard. And then I will screw this. Now here's the tricky part that I learned on the last one, because like I said, I built my kid using the same case. That's how I know what I'm doing. Well, let me try the bolts here. So these are the type of bolts I use, which they push down through, and then I use T-nuts on the bottom. Actually, I'll use a lock washer instead of that. I think I got room to put that in. And then, like the power supply will sit here. I think I got room in there. I can put a lock washer. Not, I'll have to go with a standard washer if it's too thick. Can't remember now on his if that was too much or not. Anyway, T-nuts on the bottom, torque those down, and keeps it nice and tight. Now, okay, so here's the thing, like how to mount the fan in here. You know, the fan's got screw holes. We got holes for the fan, but we got this thing. So one of the things we could do is we could take the fan mount screws, right? And we can push them up through here, and we can mount this before we mount the case on this box here. What happens if the fan goes out at some point and we want to replace it? Does that mean we got to unbolt this shit? So I got to take because the power supply goes here, so I got to take the power supply out and then unbolt this to get this off to be able to take the fan out. That doesn't work, right? Or it's not conducive. So what we do instead is I'm going to mark some spots here because I need to mark spots so I can find a center point for this hole to cut anyway. But I'm going to mark these holes, and we're going to drill holes that are bigger than this screw. Yep, so I can see what that. So that way, if we need to change this fan, we just flip this thing up on its side and we go up through the bottom and we unscrew it. And then we can mount the new one back in. Also, with holes going all the way through, if you don't want to use screws, you can use zip ties going across and down and everything, and it works. That's good. Because this is going to be right up against backside here. We're going to let me double check this, and I'm going to mark these holes are a little bit bigger. The bolt holes, we want it a little bit bigger than the bolt so it doesn't get caught up in there. So there's a little, you always want a little bit of wiggle play in there, right? And then once you tighten it down, it'll be I'm just lining the bottom edge up, so by pushing on the bottom and the top to scooch it. Now I'm going to do it in pencil. I got to get in front of the camera here. Do this. I need my glasses too. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and cut the big hole and get that done. We're going to take our best guess for the center, splitting these holes. And then we'll have basically our starting spot. Come up just a little bit. Suppose I should do the edges, right? Do the edge of the holes. That my pencil was smaller on that one. Here we go. X marks the spot. Now we're going to run the program to cut the nice big 140 millimeter hole here. After that, because the problem, let's see. I don't know if I have any of that down here. If I need to get, got some in the garage. No, wait, here's one. So one of the issues I had in making things work is actually, here, let me show you this. So these are going underneath here, right? But here, this shows you the thickness. So these holes here, because I need something to hold the filter up, so we're gonna have this stuff here inside, so it's gonna cover those holes. So this will have to be drilled through for access to those screws, which is not a big deal. But I think I'm gonna drill these first, and then after that's done and after this gets mounted, then I'll just take my hand drill with that bit again and go down through this stuff, because it's very lightweight, thin, not dense. So here's what the box will look like. If I can set this up. Building with our building blocks. Doing it on a towel. All right, and then these will go in the end. So, and they'll have feet on it, so you got a gap at the bottom. That's how the air gets in and around. So I'll have these little feet that I'll put up underneath here. We'll have it nice and painted black. And then the case will mount like so. Like I said, this will all be painted black. So you have your little ledge here. If you got any little bric-a-brac you want to put. Now, last one I built, I didn't use plywood. So this we'll see how the paint covers this. Last one I used, I used pine, but the piece of pine I had warped, and I'm like, no. So we'll go to this is oak, plywood. These are pine sides, and then we'll just I'll drill these out and countersink, and then I'll use basically drywall screws is what I hold together. Yeah, man, this is one of the famous dust-proof Festus's dust-proof cases. Dust-free PC. Built by Festus. Festus is the bestest. Well, this will probably go on YouTube, so. Move the camera back. This is a new 2K camera I'm messing with. Okay. It does, like, see those stripes? So with the LEDs in here, with the LEDs I have here, that they got they're off sync, so we get these shadow areas that aren't real. They're those what do they call it, interference pattern waves. Now when I bring this closer, they'll disappear and they'll go away. But it's because of, actually it might go away if I turn off the overhead light too. But like it doesn't happen on the wall over here. It's only when I feed back into this one. That's technology, man. It's all waves. In fact, you're just nothing but waves, man. We're all just waves when you get down to the particle level. So matter doesn't really exist. Just a vibration in the ether. Right there. Right there. Right here, like this. Go that up underneath there like that. Let's get the washer on it. Ow! Up underneath there. There we go. Uh-oh. That's not going to work. Gotta go further away. There we go. That lever. Wait a minute. What am I concerned about? You don't understand. What are you concerned about? I'll show you. I'm going to be cutting all the way down through this wood. This is what I'm concerned about. Actually, I'm still concerned about that. Gonna be close. That should do it. Now we need the center for that. No, you want to buy a filter? I can take this. Here's the problem, right? Finding the right case that is filterable. Okay. they keep changing case designs all the time. It really depends on what you want. So this case is a relatively cheap case. It's inexpensive. It looks nice. The painted versions, they're pretty nice. It's pretty lightweight. Once you get it loaded up with the power supply and everything else, it's pretty heavy. But this, you know, it's pretty thin stuff, which makes it easy to cut through. And this is like, you lose a limb in this thing with what I've done to it. But once the fan is placed on top of it and it's on the padding and it's all bolted down, you're not going to have access to this unless you take the fan out and you run your hand down in there. But the edge of the hole should be right along the edge of this, and then I can make adjustments if I need to. Just rough cut mostly. So the other thing you need, a case wide enough to take a fan in the bottom of it, or a case wide enough it needs to be 8 inches across minimum for one of these fans, and this is right at the minimum. A 9-inch case is much better. You got much more space to work with. I got the one on the floor that I made before. The one I'm using right now, the case I have right now, you can't get it anymore. They don't make them anymore because they keep changing designs. We like the power supply at the bottom now because of reasons. Used to have the power supply at the top, but we moved it because they started to do ITX cases where it was like this flipped upside down and backwards like that. And then they went, well, I'll just make it like this. I'm ranting. So, I mean, you can build a box for probably any case, especially with the box I'm doing where I'm not trying to make it flush. There's going to be a front side overhang on it. Again, could be good, could be bad. Depending on how deep you're going into the, I'm doing some pretty rough shit here. I'm not getting into the sanding and getting it all smooth. I'll do a little bit if there's some overhang or something. I'll do a little brush up. But when I paint it, I'm gonna paint it with some Valspar, black, same stuff that I've got. I don't know if you can see it down here, basically. And it coats good. You do 2 coats of that, and it's just black paint. Soaks into the wood pretty good. It's acrylic paint. But I mean, yeah, I could build these. The problem, here's the problem with the other thing, right? If I build this for somebody and try and ship it to you, the box this thing comes in, once I put a filter box on it, it ain't going back on there. I mean, I would have to, I suppose what you could do is you ship it out in 2 boxes where you get the case like this, do this modification here, and I could go ahead and mount the fan in it, get the box ready, set up, and just unbolt it, right? So you ship this back in its original case, and then you ship the box in another custom case, and then when you get it, you place this on top, and you put the bolts in it and torque them down. And then you put the rest of your computer in. Built your daughter a PC, went to yeah, right. It's they keep changing and going up in price. Like I said, this case is actually I can't remember who made it. It's at Newegg. It's got 2 5.25-inch drives in it, which nobody uses. The reason I bought this for my kid is because I usually buy USB hubs and put in, so you got more USB ports. The downside to this case, it's got one USB 2.0, one USB 3.0 on it. So when you plug those in, you don't have extra USBs on the front. This is for my wife, so it doesn't matter. If it did matter, I would put a USB hub in here, and then probably ignore these, which is what I do for my kid's machine. If I was using this for myself, I would definitely have probably a double USB hub like I do down here. There's 20 USB ports in the machine. That was my old flight sim machine. My machine has the same thing. Alrighty then. Let's get this baby centered up. You need to put a hub, a USB hub. Is that what you're saying? I'll tell you what to buy. They're not cheap, but they're pretty effective. I've only had like one port go bad on them. All right, check this out. Actually, let's leave this here. I'm gonna take the camera off and walk with it. I should be getting, actually, I should put it up on, I should put this up on my Amazon affiliate, and then have you click on it, and then you buy through them, and then I could get a couple dollars. That's what I need to do. So right down here, see all those USB ports? Let's see if we can get it in focus here. Still. Come back. There we go. So those are made by a company called Sedna, and you can get to them through, I don't know if you can get through them through Amazon, but you can get to them through Newegg, and they come from China. I've put those in every one of my sim machines. I just bought, I bought new ones when I built this new machine, but this was my machine before the machine I have. God damn, what was this thing anyway? I think this was oh yeah, this is the Sandy Bridge. So this is like the second generation 2500K, I think it is, that I'd overclocked to like 3.6 or something. And anyway, those Sedna, Sedna, and they make all kinds of hubs and stuff. Now the one I got from my kid had, it had actually had the sound portion in it too, and had a bunch of other crap which he's never going to use, and I regret buying it because I haven't got in to fix it yet, but the sound block, it plugs into your motherboard so you can have the front sounds. The stereo is reversed on the speakers or on the headphones. So he was playing a game and he's like hearing shit to the left, and it was to his right, and things were attacking him on his right. He's like, "What the hell?" $70? Is that what you're seeing for that? It shouldn't be that high. Um, I'm thinking more like it should be like $30 for the 2.0. It's a 10 port 2.0s. If you want the 3.0s, they usually don't have as many ports on them. They might have like a 5-port 3.0. Now these ones are 3.5-inch, so depending on what you got to 3.5-inch wide, so they can go to like a 3.5-inch drive bay if you got one. Depending on what you got on the front of your machine. So if you only have 5.25, I think maybe that's why I bought him. I bought him 5.25 thing. But if you got 5.25-inch drive on there that you can mount it in, you can get a mounting bracket to basically 3.5 to 5.25 mounting bracket, and those will fit in that just fine. See if it ship. See, is that from Newegg? You might check the reviews on it too, because I don't have their USB 3.0 hubs. I haven't tried them, but like I said, I got their 2.0s. Check it Newegg, because that, like I said, that seems about. But again, 3.0s. I don't know. Double check. All right, let's get this centered up. Plug this back in. This is going to be up close. How close am I? Just eyeballing that. Like we're left and behind. Left behind! I'm going to go to 1/10 of a millimeter. 1/10 of a millimeter. And it'll move finer too. Get it down to 1 millimeter. That should be close to 1 millimeter above the board. Yeah. Glasses. All right. Left. Take it back. Down. That looks pretty good. Come forward a little bit. And then puts us right there at it. Reset the 0. There we go. Now we got to reload that. We got to load that other program. 1 1/4 hole hardwood. Derby. Oh yeah, the external hub probably costs you more. Just remember, if you get an external hub, you want it to be a powered hub. Or you mod the shit out of your case and you stick a 5 1/4 or 3.5 inch in there. Or maybe you should just go ahead and get you a new case while you're at it, you know, because you can always like keep a case lying around, you know, it's an emergency case. You get yourself a new case that would work for everything, and maybe even build a filter box for it. Yeah, USB hub, you want to get it, it'll come like with a wall wart or whatever, and you plug it in, and then it's that way it'll be powered. Sell that fucker. I gotta concentrate here. What was I doing? I need to come up. Page up. Put that back on. Okay, return to 0. Down she goes. Now let's get the water pump plugged in, making rattly noises. Fire up the spindle. Looking for 300 megahertz or 300 hertz. There it is. Vacuum cleaner on. Run program. Cross your fingers. There's a bug. The ladybug. She gonna get sucked up. Oh, she hunkered down. She's like, fuck that, I'm out of here. I think this thing is cutting slower than it should be. But no, I changed that, so it should be alright. Mate. See how close that was? It's a good thing I moved that. Oops. Shit. We gotta go back to theme song here. Nothing beats a CNC for cutting out circles, tell you what. In the past, you'd have to like drill holes and then get the jigsaw out. You know? How's that go again? Pain in the ass. As I was telling earlier, all you need is you set, anytime you're going to cut a circle on something, it doesn't matter how it's set up, as long as you know what the center point is, you center the machine on the center point and let it go. Oh, we got about another 9 millimeters to go. 10 in, 9 to go. Then we're going to use the drill press. I haven't used that in a while. Too much. Multiple angles. Goddamn right, it's a perfect song. If it didn't cost too much, I'd license it. Put it on my YouTube. Talking about plastic tubes and pots and pans. That's my fucking room right here, man. Now we're down to, see where it came up and then it goes back down? That's the tabs. There's a blast in the past. Change scene. No one's sitting there. I'm not there either. Oh, Mr. Palmer, did you like to drink alcohol? Gotta turn that down. Whew, too loud. You dabble? All right. Well, see, I kind of dabble too. And I don't drink a lot. Usually I have like one drink a quarter. That's how little I drink. I've had 3 since Christmas Eve. Turn to 0. Oh shit, that's not what I wanted. Scared me. Home machine, that's what I wanted. Have you tried Crown Peach? Because it's my cousin's drink, and he told me, you gotta try this, and I tried it. I'm like, God damn it. It's yummy. I kept mine with Sprite, and I determined that Crown Peach is the road to alcoholism. I got an online buddy who we were talking about it. He says he mixes it with cranberry juice. So I was at the grocery store today and I bought some cranberry juice because I bought some Crown Peach on Christmas Eve. There you go. See the these things right here? These are the tabs to hold it in. The reason we put tabs in there is because when this thing's cutting around, you don't want to go all the way through because then this will start jittering and hitting and bouncing and stuff, and it's very bad. Yeah, very, very, very bad. Very bad. So where's my handy dandy saw at? There it is. There's my handy dandy rigged saw. And because we want this smooth-ish, this is our piece that we're keeping, right? I'm going to come out here a little bit. You know what? Maybe I'll just cut in the middle and file it. We'll just do that. Yeah. Is it on? This mashed potato song. You gotta do this. This is a perfect perfect wheel, man. So I'm gonna file it off too because I don't know what I'm gonna have to use it for. This is how I make it for every. Oh, it's this what I do. For every case I build, you get a cup holder or a what they called where you put not a cup holder but a coaster. You get a coaster, and then I take this, I mount it down, and we like engrave into it and put something on there, and then you put your beer mug on it while you drink while you play on your video on your computer. Also make a nice base for a dice tray. I know, I'll carve it out. It'll be a wooden ashtray. Good idea, bad idea. But since I always keep these little, when I get good scraps like this, because you never know when you might need something. Actually, this would be a good size for a trim wheel. Let's test and see how good our circle is, right? I don't know. Seems pretty round. Which means the machine is still operating well within parameters. Glasses. Where are my glasses? They're right here. I need the close-ups. That's keen, Daddy-O. Let's see what it looks like. Which glasses? Let's unplug this. Move this mouse. This mouse. We'll get the camera over here in just a second. So, you may notice I got overhang on the front here. Come take a look. See it? This overhang, because this can come off, so we don't want to have to, like, if this was over here, came to the front, we don't want to have to mess with like friction and things with this plastic rubbing against that. So we go ahead and allow this to overhang here too. done by design. See, this looks pretty good. We got these here that hang off, but it is what it is. I can try and cut these out if I want to. Once the fan is in place, holes look good. Once the fan is in place, unless you put your finger down here, you're not gonna see them. You're not gonna touch them, so it's not accessible here, right? You had to get your hand down in there. So that gives us an almost like 3/4 of an inch gap here, and then this is going to be up in there too. So you're going to have this gap between the filter and the bottom of this, because when the filter goes up underneath, it's going to be sitting on this, and this space here is going to be the gap space for this to be able to pull all through the filter, from all the filter. So next thing we want to do is we're going to get the drill press. We're going to cut these holes. Ah, you can see the whole place. Look at this crazy place. That's where I moved a bunch of shit, and then it's still there. So I need to. That's what was over here, and I'm like, I got to move this off so I can organize. So I moved it over there. I got my labels. Down here we have screwdrivers, files, rasps, screw bits, and Allen wrenches. Drill bits, sandpaper. It's right below the drill press. Oopsie. Do I have some paper towels in here? Thought I did. Do I not? Tissues. Oil it. At some point, clean it. Look at that. Jesus. I'm going to have to lower that down. Yeah, I think we are done with that. Let's turn this off. Done with the CNC for now. This is the mesh that was on the bottom. All this does is let dust through and reduce your fan airflow. But I keep it for some reason. Case parts. Super glasses. Uppers. Screwdriver goes in the screwdriver hole. That is the minimum. So we're going to next level. Guess we'll go with that one. It doesn't fit. How do I make it work? Careful. Look, a light. Now, some might say I should clamp it down. I don't know. About did it. Hang on to it. There it goes. Ah! It's mine! Mine! Beauty, eh? Particles go everywhere every time I hit that thing. I can feel the heat coming off that with my finger that close to it. Fool me twice. Almost got him. All right then. So these will fit down in there. This is good, yeah. See, let's unplug this. don't need that for now. The round file. Have a look-see. It's right at that edge. So they've got this come down here, right? Instead of being up on top, because most people are, who knows what most people are going to do. But anyway, because I need it like this, I'm going to bring it, I think, up above this. So I don't have that kink there. And we'll just use this to hold it, bring it up through here. I might have to pull this thing out to do it. Let's see what's next. You know what? I'm gonna have to drill more holes in this. Because this has to be mounted, right, underneath. Here it is upside down. Let me check my T-nuts. Your what nuts? My T-nuts. Those aren't T-nuts. What's a T-nut? This is a T-nut. T-nut? Got little teeth on it. So these go down in here like this. That can be too tight. Should be able to knock that in with a hammer. And then we got one here. Should go good. One there, should go good. One there, it should go good. Wonder if I can reach the hammer drawer with my headset wire. Let's go see if I can reach the hammer drawer. The hammer's in the, where do you keep the hammer? In the filing cabinet. It's either under H or it's under skull bashing. Oh, you know what? I did use those before. That works pretty good too. Can I reach that? Yeah. Actually, that may be a better way to go. It's a neat trick. Let's see, will that reach in? Yep. I believe this is how I did it before. Use a C-clamp to push them down with a piece of wood on the other side to help so it doesn't mar the wood. So like we could get it started. Once you get these things, I don't know, I might need to open that up a little bit. Wonder if I need to widen those out a little bit. See, the last time I ran this program, it was on softwood, so it might have had a looser tolerance. Nope, that gets it started. All right, let's get a piece of scrap wood. Scrap wood, y'all. This is fun, actually. This is the fun part. Let's get up close. Oh my God, we're upside down. What are you doing? Oh no. Dropped us. Lower. That in focus. Pretty close. I don't know if I should put this on top or if I should put this on top. Because this is a pivot here. I need some oil in there too. Have any in here? I don't think I do. Uh-oh. This could go south. Let's do it this way. Need a cheater bar. There's one. Now when I what's the issue here is, let's see, back up. Oh, that does look cool. So, can we see that? No. No, we can't see that. So this piece, this is not the piece here. This is actually going to go here, but that is not even the right piece. Anyway, wood this thick is going to go right here, right? We don't have a lot of room in there to be banging and stuff, so that's why we want to get these in first before we do the side pieces. And then when we have our standoff, where's my standoff at? Again, we're going to use this little scrap piece to demonstrate our standoff. So like, this is our actual side space in here. So standoff, which is what the filter sits on, is going to be, because this is in the way, that doesn't work. It can't sit on that. It needs to be flush with this stuff. So what we're going to do is we're going to take the jigsaw and we're just going to cut a box out of that so it can sit on top of that. The bolt comes up through the bottom too and sticks out. So we're going to make some space for that bolt, and we have to do that here, and we have to do it up here too. Not a big deal. It's going to be glorious. Let's see if I can get this started a little deeper here. That works. There we go. Then we'll torque it down. Ouch, man. That's better. Let's hit this one again. I've had T-nuts where I try to nail them into like Formica, and they just bent. It was so hard. My fingers feel funny. These team nuts might be a little bit fatter than the last ones that I had made. That's probably why they're tight. Screw? No. No, you did not lose a screw. Those are down pretty good. This one more time. I think that's good. When you do it into pine and not plywood, it's it'll sink in more. All right, now we got to figure out how many screws we're going to use in our placement. The nice thing, since we're going to paint this, it doesn't matter if we put lines on it. So I got a couple ways I could do this. I could drill from the bottom and then flip it over and then use the bigger, do all the small holes basically through, and then flip it over and then do some countersink holes. And those will already be set up. I think that might be the way to do it. And the other question to think about is the wood. Sometimes when you cut wood, because I use got some lines on here, it's rough because I cut these by hand with a circular saw. So, I mean, they're essentially the same size. They might be off by a fraction of a millimeter here. But when you start putting pieces together and looking at them on the ends, right? Some pieces look better than others. So like this is going to be the front here. Make sure looking at these. That's rough too. That's nicer. And then it's got my chips inside, so let's check for chips. put that on the back side because this one will be, again, these are going underneath. So let's mark this. Left side. That's the other thing. I was going to make something like this for somebody. I wouldn't be satisfied with this. I need a good table saw to do some good cuts. Now I'm rethinking this. Dummy. Why for you call yourself a dummy? Well, because now it can't sit flat. I'm going to have to go through the other side. Means I got to draw more lines. Thought it was a spider. All right. Need 3/8 inch in. 3/8 of an inch in. Boom, boom. Right-handed. Shadow. All right, I got my drill lines. Now I need to figure out where are you going to put them. So where are you going to put the holes? So I'm not putting one here because we're going to go in the side and we're coming down here like this. Let's see where them screws at. Look at there. Oh, my back. Oh. These are fatties. 1 5/8 inch. What we want to use. Let's see, are these Blue Hawks at? Something a little more supple. Yes. Here's what I'm talking about. So like, your coarse thread. I don't know if you can tell the difference. This has got a little more girth to it, so you got to have a bigger pilot hole. You don't blow your wood out. But I'm going to go with this one. Not so girthy. So the question is the placement. Four. Overkill. Make it strong enough. There's earthquake. You can hide underneath it. 2. Because we're going to go in from the side. Got let's see, between there and there, 15 3/4. Or we go 17. 16. Let's go with 16 inches. We'll center up 16 inches. That ain't right. So let's go 3.5 inches per. Try that. Well, actually, we got to start where we're going to start. Start 1 inch in. Yep, we're going to start 1 inch in. So we'll do that there. And then the other two have to be between 15. So that would be every 5-ish. Actually, it's 15 and an 1/8, so it would be 5 1/16. Right? Go 5 1/16. That would put those evenly spaced. So we will start. One inch in. Here's number 1. Then if we go 5 and a, oh wait, those are quarters, 5 1/8. So we go 1 inch in here. And then we come in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 5. Centered up. 5 1/8. And we should have a 5 1/8. 6. God damn it. Did I not measure? Oh, because I didn't go 5 1/8. An 1/8. Because you're starting from 1, so you got to go to 6. There we go. That's good. Now let's look at the end. Working on symmetry here, people. Symmetry. Symmetry. Let's see. So you could just go 2 1/8 or 2 1/4. Yeah, we'll just go 2 1/4. Super Tom! Late Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's, Fist. How you doing, man? What you working on today? Oh, damn it, you just put a dime in. You know what that means. Put a dime in, you get the whole song. Let's see, 2 1/4. That's right there. What does that give us between these? 4. We are making a filter box for this here computer case. I'm getting ready to drill the pilot holes for the screws that are going to hold it together. 2 1/4. 1 2 1/4. We go 1 inch in. We skip 5 1/8. 6 1/8 here. Then we go in by 1 inch. Then skip 5 1/8. So now our screw placement will be symmetrical and not a hodgepodge. See? Piece. Piece. Let you see what they look like. Probably overkill. Overkill would be if I put 5 on a side. No, overkill would be if you put 17 on a side. 17 on this side and I like 1 on that side. So, you want to see what it looks like? So put it together. Demonstration. This is the bottom. This is the top. These are the sides. Let's see which one's the... That's the front, back. Front, back. Front, back. This is the front, front. Or which one of these I'm going to put where. Bloop. Going loose. Loose fit. All right. So this is the filter box. This filter is going to go up underneath this filter box. This filter box is going to stand on little tiny feet so the air can get through. It's a pleated filter. This is the fan that's going to pull the filtered air through the box and then blast the air up into the computer case, which will be mounted on the box with some insulation. And then so all the air coming in, these fans will come out that are in here. All the air that comes in from this. Air can go out through the power supply, it can go out through here, and it can go out through video card. These will be sealed up. We don't want anything coming in through the top, so we're going to seal this up. We're going to remove these. We're going to seal the front up. Probably seal these holes up here. So we have our exhaust and our exhaust that way. And that will keep, this fan will blow enough air in here to maintain a positive pressure in the case so that there's no chance of sucking dust out. If we just put like one big powerful fan blowing hot air out, right, then it overwhelms this. Like if it pulls more out than this can pull in, it's going to pull more through here, yes, but it'll also pull from other places as well, and then you get dust in around the cracks and stuff. So the whole point of this, yeah, this is all for a PC. So the whole point of this is the dust-free PC. It's something I've done for years and years. All my computers, anytime I make a computer, put a computer together, I modify the case. In this case, I cut a hole in it. I mean, it had but all this mesh, it restricts airflow, and we want maximum airflow from this. That's for whatever speed we're going to be running it. You have this stuff in the way, it cuts down airflow and disrupts it. So we don't want disrupted airflow. We want we're going to have this gap here, which is 3/4 of an inch, and then we're going to have another inch gap between the bottom of this box here, the fan, and where the filter is going to sit inside. And the filter gets loaded from the bottom. So we got our little mount divots because this case has these pads. I just about cut my fingers off on that thing. And then we'll use bolts, screw them down in. We'll put insulation on here. I've got a tool drawer liner, and it's going to be cut the size of this case, the bottom of it, and that'll sit on top here, and we'll do 2 layers of that. And no, the power supply is not going to go in fan down. It'll go in fan up. You can mount a power supply either way. So we're going to mount the power supply with fan up. There's going to be enough positive pressure air in here that the power supply, it's not a matter of like convection overwhelming the fan. It's going to throw it right out. In fact, they recommend, even if you had this sitting on the floor because of the mesh underneath, I believe they recommend you mount the power supply fan up. If the power supply was up here, I'd mount it fan down, because this is going to be too much restriction. Even if you were using this thing normal, in my opinion. No, fan speed won't make it loud. I've got one that'll make it loud. Which I'm going to redo. I'm going to redo my computer. This is for my wife. When I run on the Intel processors and stuff with the motherboard set up, I'll put this fan on a pulse width modulator, so as it spools up, it'll pull more air in as the temperature goes up. And I've tested it I built the machine for my kid. Same design, same case, very similar specs, and his is so quiet. I'm like, until he starts playing a game, and then you can kind of hear it, the kind of whirs up. This fan I'm using is, because you got to have the airflow. So this is a Noctua NF A14, so it's a 140 or 14 centimeter, 140 millimeter fan. Mounts like this, but this will mount, like I said, inside the case, and that'll be there, and then no restriction, so it'll blow through good. Anyway, 3,000 RPM at max. pulse width modulated, which the motherboards nowadays have the pulse width modulator up in there. Can't remember what the cubic feet is on it. Somewhere over 100 cubic feet per minute at max. So, like I said, my cases, if we went and opened up my computer, it's in the other room. I would likely be able to, sawdust in here just from messing around. I would likely be able to take my hand and wipe it in there and not see any dust. I was talking about it earlier. Usually with these filter boxes, sometimes you get a little dust, right? Because the filters aren't perfect. You get some stuff coming around, but usually it's just a very fine line right on the leading edge of the fan. You'll get them on this one, and then maybe you get them on, like the CPU cooler and the video card a little bit, but just a very fine dust, not like the big felt and shit and all that stuff up in there. Why not just use these mesh filters that are in here and just put your fan on and pull through it? Those are filters, right? Here's your mesh filter that was on the bottom. When you put this over a fan, it drastically reduces the airflow through the fan, right? So, well, why doesn't this drastically reduce? You can't even see through it. It's got a reducer, right? Well, yes and no. If we had this laid out flat and we had this fan on it, then yeah, your airflow would be reduced, greatly reduced. Still going to reduce a little bit, but not as bad as, say, this. Why is that? Because this is a pleated filter. So it's all about surface area, right? So like this up here, there's a mesh thing in here. This little thing, it's the size of the fan. So it's the size of the fan. That's your surface area. Well, this fan is pulling through this surface area, but it's not just this area, it's twice this area, because this is a 1-inch pleated filter, which means if you de-accordion it, stretch it out, right? Now this is the filter size that we're using for this fan. So if we added, like, sometimes, like in your furnace fans and stuff, or your furnace filters, the 2-inch pleated filters, those are even bigger. It's twice as big. So that's how much, which doesn't impact your airflow as bad. So you get more clean air, right, at the expense of the size of your filter. And that's why the width of your filter, you can make it smaller at the expense of this third dimension here. So you increase this dimension, lower this dimension, and then you can fit it in better spots. It's a trade-off. No, the CPU or the power supply fan pushes out. It sucks. So it pulls the hot air, or it pulls air from the case and exits out the back. It exhausts out the back. So it'll have this hole in the back is where the air will come out from the power supply. Power supplies blow out, they don't suck in. So the power supply will stay dust free as well then. Because again, clean air coming in. Some of it's going to come up here and go out the cold air comes in, it's going to go around in the case. Some of it's going to get because the positive pressure is going to get pushed out the back and carry the hot air out with it, and it's going to go through the CPU, right? Some of it's going to circulate down here and then out the power supply, depending on how fast it's moving. Now the power supplies, they have variable speed fans on them too, depending on heat, temperature, and things like that. And then you got the video card, which will have its 2 slots, so it pulls some air out too. I know what I'm doing. I've been doing it a while. Um, let's see. We need find a bit. Match the screw. We want a little bit of bite on the sides here, but not a lot. What time is it? How long have I been streaming? I'm kind of hungry. I might need a snacky do. Let's see. Almost 4 hours. Hungry. Glasses. What I need something to. I hang my glasses. I don't know if you can see this. Yes, I hang my glasses on my shirt, right through the buttonholes. But I almost need something to hold. I need like them old lady librarian chains so they don't lose their glasses. Fractal, that's what this case is. Fractal design. It's a cheap case, but it's not ugly. Too ugly. And the depth, the width is what I needed. All right, let's see what we need here. Sizing up. That's too small. Tell by looking at it. Let's go to this one. That's a pretty good one. I don't know if you can see that. So it basically takes up the girth of the screw, and then allows the teeth to dig. Go with that one. And then we might use a thinner one when we do the pilot holes for these. So you can't see what I'm doing, can you? Can't see what I'm doing. Oops, crooked. God damn it. Other way. Got me. F sharp. I'm gonna go all that way. I never use a stop bolt. I know I've never used this thing. Very nice. Oopsie. All right, boys. I vibrate. Let's see, we'll do the ones that will be under the case first. That way we'll get an idea. Oh shit. That's right. Well, that'll be a little wonky, but that's okay. It's gonna be hidden anyway. So the important thing is, on the next time I do this, is I drill these, drill this thing out before I put the T-nuts in. Should work pretty well. Alrighty, let's see. This over here. Could work. Hmm. Yeah, I think we'll do 2. So the first time I did this, I was doing a lot of designing on the fly. So I'm trying to replicate it, but then I'm seeing some things where I'm making some improvements as I go. Or at least improvements to the process. So I could do that. All right, here's what I think we're going to do. I'm going to do some piece alignments so I can drill pilot holes. Can't see what the fuck I'm doing. So what I'm going to do is use some clamps, right? Get this thing lined up where it's going to be. It's going to mount, right? Where I want it. Get it perfect. And use some clamps. Put it in place. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to mark it with a drill bit or something, but just mark the spots where I want the pilot holes to be. Now, I could clamp it and hand drill it because I've got these holes here already. I could do a hand drill, but the question is, would it be better than this? Now, if I do this, if it's not going to be clamped in place, this might cause it to move. But if I've already got it clamped in place, maybe it's best that I drill the pilot holes with the hand drill, and then I can roll the screws in. Thoughts? Because once you get two in, actually, but before I do that, I should drill my pilot holes for the for on these end pieces before I mount it. I think that's the plan. So I'm gonna have to go up to the garage and get some other clamps. Smash this down, right? And I'll drill both of these pilot holes. We'll run some screws in. Then I'll drill the other 2 pilot holes. And we'll run the screws in there. And then we can do the same for the ends after we get the sides done. But I'm going to have to do this. We do that. Those are our pilot screw, right? Drill. Initial. Yes, I feel like I need a snack. I feel like my And I gotta reverse all this crap. I didn't do the others earlier. All right, let's talk about this. So it's gonna go like this, right? I'm thinking we're gonna use 2 screws, or we could do 1. Got 2 coming in here, but you know, they're gonna be far enough back. I could do 2. Maybe I should do 2. Question is how far in. Let's take a look at the maths, at the mathematicses. So should we go 3/4? Let's go 1/2 inch. Maybe we go at 3/4. Then we go 3/4. Yes, 3/4 from each end. This is what we will do. Again, I don't mind marking the stuff because I'm painting it black. If I wasn't painting it black, if I was going to do stain or something, then I wouldn't be marking up the wood. I'm really hungry. You know, you know what the problem with Rage Against the Machine's political bends is they were too good at music. Their political message got ignored because the music was too good. They were too talented. It's like, yeah, we're Marxists. We want to destroy all nations and stuff, and it's just everybody everybody's gonna, according to their needs, are gonna get their stuff, and everyone's gonna contribute according to their abilities. Looks good on paper, but it totally ignores human nature. Need that back. We're not done yet. What are you talking about, Bess? What do you mean human nature? Well, what are you going to do when people don't want to play by your rules? People have to be willing. Everybody has to be on the same wavelength to have your paradise utopia, right? Well, what happens if people don't? We force them to. Well, how far are you going to go with that? One, and two is, I mean, we know how far they've gone with it. Chinese and Russians and other places. But human nature is, people don't like to be told what to do. Communism looks good on paper. But humans at their core are materialistic because it's about, evolutionarily, it's about attracting a mate, being attracted to a mate by what you can provide. How suitable you are. Are my offspring going to starve with you, or are they going to be successful? Oops. And then dumb monkey humans. Somebody always wants to be in charge, right? Down does that go? Down a little bit. Sup, T? Takes it right to the edge. Let's see what happens. Make sure this is tight. Don't get me wrong. We need social. We need some socialism. It's got to be a balance, man. Can't have like cutthroat communism. I mean, cutthroat capitalism or cutthroat communism. Ownership is key. Something to work for. Upward mobility. That's what people need. Opportunity. And then if times get hard, a chicken in every pot or whatnot, you know? All right. Could do this with my C clamps, but I've got those other clamps out in the garage. I think would be better. All right. I need to take a short break. Go fetch me some snack. Get those other clamps out of the garage. And then we'll go on to the next phase, which will be getting these mounted and drilled and screed. And then make sure I'm not missing a step here because I'm hungry. Yeah, so we'll get that all screwed together and then we can flip it over and start cutting this stuff for the standoff for the filter. And then we'll have to, after we get this cut and mounted, then we'll have to re-drill, because we'll have to drill through here once we get them set in there. I want to get this done because I got to be painted. Coming along. All right, I'll be back. I don't know. Got some rotisserie chicken up there. I had a sandwich earlier. So I might not have another rotisserie chicken sandwich. Trying to think what else I got. You know, I did buy some German potato salad. Mmm, that could go good. Maybe chicken sandwich. Maybe something else. I don't know. I got some hash I made up there. That's mashed taters, ground beef, and corn. Chicken salad sandwich. That's an extra step. I just put the mayonnaise on the bread. I got tater salad, German tater salad from Wolf's Barbecue. Um. Anyway, I'll be back. Let me put the little. Where's the taking a break at? Taking a break. Uh, this ain't it. No, that's not it. Break time. There it is. Break time. Kill the mic. Cabby, cabby. Oh, I have. Oh, it's my food's green screen. It's ruined. Yeah, doesn't it look cozy? This is my apartment in New York. This is where I'm at right now. That's the look out the window. I haven't had that in a while. It's the German potato salad. It's Florian's favorite. Oops. Here's where I actually am. I have a chicken sandwich. It's just rotisserie chicken on there, and all I've done is put real mayonnaise. It's Engage coffee break as well. Did you ever watch Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs? That's one of my favorite Maker movies. That one, Despicable Me, and Megamind. Those are of the animated movies of makers, right? So, Flint Lockwood, uh, he's like a poor Tony Stark, right? He's an inventor, so he makes things. I make things, so I identify with him. And so when I get to this point, I'm like, engage coffee break. Can we do it, Steve? Can. Gummy bears. How's it eating from you? I'm starving. Let me pull my channel up here. I don't have to look over there. That there. And then put this over here. See what was going on in the server. It's not even 6 o'clock yet. Looking at all the new people coming in. So we had what, 1, 2, 3, 4 new ones in the server today. 4 yesterday. 8 on the 28th. Of course, we lost about 6 of them. Where's my big dumb face cam? There it is. So this this filter box computer case is for a machine I'm building for my wife. It's time she got an upgrade. So hungry. Oh, I'm gonna check Discord. I made a change. I just wanted to see if I showed up in the stream since I put NRP in here. Flight hops. Oops. Yeah, you're gonna have to forgive me because if it's been that long, your name is familiar to me. Are you Chad? Don't look at me. I'm gonna pick my nose. Ah, okay. Yeah, I know who you are then, because you changed your name, right? Oh, goddamn, dude. Yeah. So, fuck. Now you got to get the tour. You put a dime in, you're getting the song. You're getting the whole song. All right. So, here's Big Me at Christmas time. Look at the snow out there. It's horrible weather we're having here. I tell you what. That's not me. That's just a green screen. This is me. A trash can. So what do we got going on here? What the hell? What the hell's going on in this picture? If you're new here. So you can see in front of me, I've got a steering wheel, right? I got a shifter that I modded and made. Actually, didn't make the base, but I made this. And it's been modded with the Eaton Fuller shifter. You may not be able to see. Oh, actually, you can. Hold on, I got another camera here. Is it in this one? Stack cam. Ooh, that's a bad one. Not that one. Let's go back to first scene. And let me kill the anchor cam. Where my stack cam at? Here it is. I think you can see the green screen behind me. So I modified my steering wheel. You can see these things here. I made these on my CNC machine for these little levers here. So I got turn signal with my steering wheel, right? So I get turn signal, and I can do brights, lights, windshield wipers over here. This is for truck sim, all right? My Eaton Fuller shifter. No, but upstairs in the cabinet there's stuff. I don't drink that much. I'm not a big drinker, but I I discovered something new to me. Told my cousin told me about it, and I've been wanting to try it, so I tried it, and it's the road to alcoholism. It's Crown Peach. If you like yummy sweet drinks, don't try it. Yeah, I remember you got off of that. Good for your health. I don't drink that often. It's about, usually like for throughout the year, maybe like once a quarter, once every 3 months or something like that. I'll have a beer or two, something like that. Unless I got a kidney stone. If I get a kidney stone, I'll pound 3. Just to go. I get it, man. Good for you for being able to throw the switch and shut it off. I've been trying to through the switch to start losing some weight. I've been dieting since been on my fat club diet since August 13th. I've lost about almost 25 pounds now. So it's working. My goal is to get under 200. I'm at like 214 right now, 213 and change. So back to the main event here. So I got truck driving on this side. Look at here, I got a yoke over here. It was always a pain in the ass to pull the yoke off, put the wheel on, vice versa, right? So we moved, and when we moved to a new house, I had to move my desk. And it had drawers on either side. I took the drawers out, and I was looking at it. I took the drawers off, which gave it support. I'm like, man, there's enough room here for 2 stations, right? To do 2 things. And so I brought the desk over and I got rid of the drawers, steel drawers, but I needed support. So I had to add some supports down here around there with some angle supports, brackets and stuff to hold the walls up. This desk is 6 foot long, 3 foot deep. I added an extra 10 inches on the front here because of this situation over here. Now you get the show. So when I want to fly, I move over here. But my mic is over there. Now my mic is here with me, and I can control my soundboard, right? But my monitor's not here. We got to do something about that. Oh, look. What does this do? This looks like a handy dandy homemade remote control. Let's see what happens. I have a rail system. Well, my motto is, and it's on my stream, that I will only ever be half the geek I wished I was. So this was one of the next levels up. And then it backs up. It's got its own stops. And it usually just needs a little kicker right there, right? So now I'm back in frame. I can fly. The reason I had to add the 10 inches to this desk, 2x4s underneath and plywood, was to bring the yoke back off it. Plus, I'm playing on a 32-inch. But that's so that my throttle, because I built this table down here, which is it's a trim wheel table. I don't think you can see it from that one. There's a trim wheel here that's on the Bravo quadrant, but before I had that, I've got a powered trim wheel down here. It's got it's a stepper motor too, just like this thing is. So with my scripts and stuff in Flight Sim, if I hit my trim key when the Arduino and everything scripts running for this, it'll turn that trim wheel. So it'll move, and the movement of this wheel, there's a stepper motor on one side is the wheel, on the other side there's an encoder. If I reach down here with my hand and I turn this wheel, it will make the trim go up or down in the plane. This button has no function in the plane whatsoever. If that thing's not running, this trim does not work. So all this trim does, this button here, is I've got a script that runs inside FSU IPC, which actually connects to this Arduino that's connected to this table down here, USB.
And so if I hit the switch to trim up, it sends a signal. It goes, hey, he just hit the button to trim up. Send it to the Arduino. Start turning this motor to trim up. And so it starts the motor. Well, on the other side of the motor is that encoder. And it goes, hey, that encoder's turning. We need to send that signal back to the sim to trim up. So then it actually hits the command to trim up, trim up, trim up, trim up. And that way you can use the button or you can use your hand with it to put it up or down. Also in this console is I've got some fuel switches down underneath here, which you can't see from here, but works with the A2A Comanche. Well, it works with all my planes that I fly, but because there's two of them, because the A2A Comanche had two, the Milviz, which is now Blackbird, their twin Cessna 310 has two, so it's fully functional with those. I've got a parking brake over here that when the scripts are running and everything, you pull it up, engage your parking brake, you tap your toe brakes, and then this thing, it's got solenoids underneath that open up and let it drop down, and it disengages the parking brake. Got my radio stack, which I've had, and then the old MCP works with the PMDG 737. Next project for this, when I get time to get back around to it, I've got 4 other projects I'm working on, I want to build a GNS 530, and because Microsoft Flight Simulator, any of the gauges that have liquid crystal displays on them, like in your cockpit, what would be liquid crystal display, you can undock those and you can drag them over to other monitors, right? So I will plug this into, I'm getting ready to upgrade my computer. So I've found that you can go between video cards, and I don't know if I can go from the NVIDIA to the Intel. I've done it from NVIDIA to like an old 750 Ti. I may have to try that again, but it'll drag it over and you can have it on the screen. So I've got these little 5-inch, 3-inch by 4-inch screens, the 3x4 aspect ratio. And it's the same size as the GNS 530. So I can just turn it on, drag it off the screen to, it's just going to be another monitor that I would have, off on the right, and then make it full screen. And then you've got the GPS display. The buttons interface, that's easy. That's just like this radio stuff. It's all stuff I've done before. So the challenge is actually the facial design. So like this MCP is instead, it's more than functional. It's relatively identical. It's replication. This radio is kind of generic, but fully functional. It's got some extra functions in it. I put an autopilot functions in down here, and I've got encoders down here, so you can turn, your heading bug, your OBS bug, your altitude, so you can dial those in here. Not unlike the Bravo quadrant down here, where it's got its, things you can do with it. Mine works better though. What else? The monitor set up here, I don't know if you can tell or not. I've got 3 monitors across the top, 1 at the bottom. There's a couple reasons for that. One is the monitor stand that I have, the arms they only work for 27 inches. So I got 3 27 inches across the top. The bottom, I got a 32-inch 1440 monitor for gaming. For a 32-inch monitor, 1440 is a sweet spot. It's perfect. Anything smaller than that, then you just go 1080. But 1440, 32 inches is the sweet spot for 1440. Unless you're going to turn one sideways, like for productivity work, then go with a 4K 32 inch. Works really well for that. That's the setup my wife has. Well, here's something funny. I built my own. If you notice this little box over here, right? Let me see if I can give you a demonstration. So my scene 1, let me make it so it fires directly here. So here's a direct fire, should go to scene 1. There we go. And then I can make myself, I double tap. Where'd I go? Here I'm back again, and then I can kill that one and bring this up. So this is like one that I'll use for close up on things that I can change, which is just that overhead one. Let's see what we got here. I can turn that one off, and then one of them does the F12 key so that it for my track IR, and then this goes back to that one there. Stream Decks are really the cool thing about a Stream Deck over my little box here. When I'll talk about my box here in a second. Wait, let's make it go back again. Because you haven't seen the rest of it. There's more to see, man. I've got another room on the other side of the wall over here. Let me ask you: have you ever done improv? You ever wanted to do improv? I need to eat some more. I apologize for eating in your face here or your ear. I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm hungry. 5 hours now. I'm going to talk about the box. Right? You're getting a whole tour. You put the dime in. It's a long song. God damn it. Okay, candy games. Sometimes you need a piece of candy. Let's see if I can pull this up. This box. You see that? A little higher. A little higher. Let's do it this way. Back here. Was it this one? There we go. So this box here, this is an Arduino. This Arduino is programmed to be as a joystick, and this is what's running on my wheel. The turn signal, the windshield wiper switch, and the Eaton Fuller. And I use Cat 5 connectors, basically RJ45 connectors, to put them all together. So it's modular. That way, when I pull this wheel, if I want to take this wheel off, these things just slide out from underneath it. They're just on plates under there, and the wheel holds them down in place. So I can unplug them, and pack it all up and move it or whatever. Even the shifter. Now the shifter does tie into the wheelbase to do its shifting, but the extra buttons on here are joystick buttons. And again, RJ45 down here on the side, tied into I put extra buttons up here too. I've got buttons for switches for the side windows, because you can open and close them, and then the Jake brake switch here too. Yeah, man, I'm giving Flight Hops a tour here. He hadn't seen me. He's a guy I used to hang out with. We used to do some flying and stuff back in the day in Twitch about 5 years ago or more. I've had this chair for go back. Oops, it's over here. Oh, I'm already on that one. I'm at that one. It's doing what you told you to, man. So this Titan, I've had this Titan since I retired from the FAA. This thing goes back to 2017. So these it's a what is it? The Secret Lab Titan. They're pretty sturdy. I mean, there's a little bit of play here you can see with the lock in, but it's got, I don't know how many, 3 or 4 or 5 locks or some shit. And then it's got your recliner bar. It's got the lumbar. It's a pretty good. It's a pretty good chair. They're pretty sturdy. The only downside to it is the seat is very firm. So if you got a skinny ass like me, it can be uncomfortable. It's just now starting to the fake leather is just starting to crack on the front. I added these padded arm covers too, which is I'd recommend. Yeah, you can always stick another pillow under your ass, right? You can just have a bench there. So I was going to talk about this box right here. So this box right here, and this will tie into the improv question, which is what on my stream there asked me about NRP roleplay. So a number of years ago, actually just a little bit before COVID or right around COVID, it was during COVID. It's all been a blur, man. I get into GTA 5 roleplay. A buddy of mine was like, well, first of all, do you remember, I don't know, Fly Hops, if you ever heard me do my geek voice? I used to do, sometimes on my stream, I would do the little rant.
So how's it going? I mean, I just geek voice. You know, it does not say flight game. It says flight simulator on the box.
So that persona is now Melvin. His name is Melvin Spitzner. And I used to do that voice. And Zodius, I don't know if you remember him or not. He said because he was looking around at some stuff and found out about this role play stuff that happens in GTA 5, and he used to do some of that stuff or knew about it in like Arma back in the day when people used to do it there. So he's like, man, you should take that personality and let's get him one of these role play servers. We talked about it for a time, and it wasn't until I think months before COVID hit. I think it was like that fall or something. We went and we got in a server. And I made up Melvin, which is Melvin's picture is on my stream there. If you look, the redhead guy with the glasses, that's Melvin. The guy behind him is Florian. It's Florian Klaus. He is German. He is from Günzburg, Germany, here to visit the country, yeah. So those are my two main characters that I play. Florian's fairly new. I just started him this last year. Melvin.
So hi, I'm Melvin Spitzner. I run the Sandy Express. It's a cab service in the city. It's $100 anywhere in the city. I take people back and forth between Sandy and downtown.
So, anyway, a group of people I was with started a server of their own years later after fails and things and stuff. And right now we've kind of got a semi-successful community building back up again. We had to redo our server from last year. We had to upgrade it, and then we had some people that weren't able to do dev work and stuff, so it was really slow. We just relaunched again here the day after Christmas, and so it's getting up and rolling again. We've got the nice thing is currently it's paying for itself because we got some features in there where people can lease what they call them MLO houses, but it's like a monthly subscription, and it's a special house. You can't buy it in the city, but you can lease it basically with a subscription. All that money goes to support the server and finance it, which it's not cheap. And we had we've got 3 owners in the server, and one of them was they've been all of them together have been footing the bill, but on and off. But one of them was carrying quite a load, and now he's not going to have to do that now, which is good. So the hobby paying for itself is key, and then we're just trying to have a good time with it. But I'm involved in the community management of it with 4 other people, and then we've got our admins and stuff. But and then under that, we got our support people. But we got a pretty good community. We like it's not bang bang shooty shooty. You don't come in and shoot the place up. It's about role play. Some people play GTA Online and they think that all these places are like GTA Online, and it's not. And we have rules. You're supposed to read the rules, and we're very specific in it on how things, how the proper behavior is. Gunplay can happen, but there better be role play leading up to, before, and or after. So, but it's a lot of fun. It's like everything else. It's a time sink. But I'm trying to do other things too, because I'm also trying to flight sim. I'm also trying to truck sim, and then I'm doing this. This today is actually a build stream, and we'll go back over there to the other room, and I'll give you that tour. But I do want to talk about this box. So anyway, got involved with GTA, right? So in GTA and in these role play servers, you have your character, right?
I got Melvin.
So there are things you can do in, like, your character can have emotes. So like you can make him dance, right? There's all kinds of different dances. There's emotes you can do where he's like worried or wait or whatever, flip people off. There's literally hundreds. There's actually probably close to 1,000 different things you can do. There's emotes. There's dance emotes. There's prop emotes. So you can be like smoking a cigar, things like that. Well, there's 2 ways to get that up. One way is you go up in through like a menu, like either a wheel or a thing. You'll pop up, and you got to sit here and arrow through to find the emote you want and put it in. And the other way to do it is you hit T in the game, and it pulls up this little chat box, and you can type /E, which says we're going to do an emote, and then space, and then what the emote name is. Well, that's what this box does for me. I'm going to click in the chat, and I'm going to show you the kind of stuff that it'll do. So let's see. Let me go back up, because I've got multiple pages in this thing. This thing is my masterpiece. It's for what it is and everything it does. It's fucking incredible. I toot my own horn here. So there we go. You see there where it said it did T/E sit chair. So that's like my number one thing up here. So if I want to go sit in a chair, I move Melvin over, turn him around so his butt faces the chair, and then I hit this button here, and he'll do a T sit chair. Now, I have a function on here where it's direct fire. So that's saved under this button, and it's a direct fire. I can reprogram this button to anything I want. Now I don't have it on direct fire, so I can preload stuff. So I don't know what I can't remember what I have on the number 2 button here. I press it, it says, oh, it's air guitar. So if I wanted to do the air guitar, I could do one of 2 things. I could hit this button again, and it'll send it. Or I can press this button over here, which is the send for the top side. So there's 2 levels of this. There's a top side and there's a bottom side. Just because there's 2 encoders over here. I can also dial. So I can dial through, and I was like, no, that's not what I want, but I want to do a cheer. So I'm going to do a cheer. I'll just hit this button. Boom. Here comes the cheer. So we also have, like, in the city, besides emotes, there could be, there's slash commands. So there's these commands that do things like if you want to take your hat off, right? Let's see. Where's it? Well, here's one for masks. So like if you're wearing a mask, you want to cycle your mask on and off. You hit that, and it'll do T/mask, and then that'll T opens up the window /mask, and then enter, and then if you had a mask on, your character will take it off or put it back on. So I've got basically a bank of 20 buttons here that are programmable. And then I've got a page button here, so I can go down 10 pages with it. There's an SD card in here. This thing has 2 Arduinos in it. One of the Arduinos is a Pro Micro, which can act as a keyboard, a mouse, or joystick. I've got it programmed as keyboard and joystick, both at the same time. I can also send joystick buttons. So I can dial up, like here, joy. And so joystick button 1, and I can dial all the way up to, I got it all up to 128 joystick buttons if the program will understand it. So it's like a HID device. Right. I can also do, like keys, any key I can send. So I can program individual keys on here. So like if I want to send left control, I can send it. Here's the really cool one, and this is what really works well with OBS, right? Is function keys. I can send function keys. Well, back in the day, you might remember the old IBMs had 24 function keys instead of 12. They're still in there. You just don't have a keyboard that can send it. This thing can send it. So I use the bad thing about OBS is OBS can't recognize. I mean, it's got the like their plugin and stuff for Stream Deck. And the benefit of Stream Deck over this is probably there's a benefit and there's a detriment. The benefit is it's intuitive because it's got those little icon buttons that you load the graphics up in, and so it makes it super easy. And they're big when they're 15. I know people that have got like 2 of them. They stack them up. And they are, I think it's 15. Is it 15 buttons? I think it is. I don't know. Anyway, it's got you can have the graphic image loaded up on it, so it's nice. Obviously, I don't have that. OBS has their plugin that works with it. OBS does not respond to joystick buttons. You can't use a joystick button to change a scene or whatever, but you can do keys and key combos. So I use F keys. So like my main screen here is, not that one because I'm not there. I got to go back down to page 9 because that's where I usually keep it when I'm truck driving. So F14 brings me here. What do I got here? F15. Yeah, that makes me appear and disappear. I've got F16 programmed for what? For that one. There we go. And then F17 for that one. And then that's F12. And then I've got this one that switches us back to the widescreen, which is F19. This thing can also send combo keys, although I'm not sure if it's working 100% right last time I checked. So besides F13 through F24, you've got Shift F13 through F24, Alt F13 through F24, Control F13 through F24, Control Shift F13 through F24, yada, 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 Control Alt Shift, all that stuff. Well, I can tell you a little bit about VR. We've had, actually I haven't tried, my son has a newer one, I think it's the Steam one. I've done some VR before. There's some fun games. There's a few fun games. It can wear you out. As far as flight sim, truck sim, it's a neat experience because it really does feel like you're sitting in it, right? Because you're looking around. Downsides, you can't see, things. I mean, you can feel your yoke, where your buttons are. I can actually dial my radio because I know my radio, so I can take my hand up there and I can dial it in cockpit. Now, I haven't had a chance to try it with the newer, higher resolution VR headset that my son has. I want to do it at some point, but I just haven't got around to it. I've done it with the older one, the old HTC Vive, and it was very screen doorish. And it was back on P3D, and it was, granted, it was an older system too. If it was Clear Blue and 1,000,002, it wasn't bad once you got airborne. But if you were on, Drunken Bar Fight, I played that. That's fun. But if you're like flight sim, taxiing on the ground feels weird because you don't have any cues. If you turn too tight, it feels weird because you don't have any cues. I tried it with truck sim, VR and truck sim one time, and I turned the wheel, and I about fell out of my chair because there's no motion cues with it, right? So I don't have a thing tilting which to feel it. And I was like, wow, where is it at? So I was turning too wide, and this was just like making a 90-degree turn from a parking lot onto a road. Once you got on the highway with it, and you're driving straight, it was pretty cool. It was looking around, I was like, God damn, I'm sitting in a semi, The detriment of VR, I mean, this is kind of silly, but um, VR does feel cool when you're sitting in the plane. Now, I did feel like the yoke in one of the planes just felt a little smaller, than what I think it would be. Um, but you look out and you look down, and you feel like you could touch everything that's in there. Um, the I'm used to playing with Track IR, right? So Track IR, you don't have to turn your head a lot to see 90 degrees. If I want to look 90 degrees, my nose points to this part of the monitor right here, right? And I'm looking 90 degrees left. Point to that one, I'm looking 90 degrees right. It becomes intuitive. Your brain works out the calibration. If I want to look directly behind me, I just go a few more degrees, right? Where I can still see the monitor here with my eyes. In VR, it's 1-to-1, man. You want to look 90 degrees, you got to go. You want to look behind yourself, God damn it. You got to do one of these. Oh, I was Scotsman, yeah. I like I said, I haven't tried a more recent one at higher frame rates. That's the other thing. If the frame rates drop on you, if it gets below 30, it's a puke. It's a comet vomit at that point. It's just But in P3D, it's been a long time since I tried it, and again, it was with the HTC Vive. And if the weather was shitty, it would really hit your frames hard. Again, I have not tried it with Microsoft Flight Simulator yet. Oops. Still got to finish my sandwich. Have my dinner here. Yeah, I had there was a guy that before I retired, he had one of those VR headsets you put your phone in. And then there was this roller coaster ride. He said, try it, I put it on like, bleh, I do want to try Flight Sim with it again. Best VR game I ever played, in my opinion. It was the most fun, I think. Actually, there's kind of two of them. But one of the most fun was Raw Data. And you're fighting robots, so kind of like iRobot type stuff. And the one character, I mean, there's different characters. One has his thing is pistols, and you can get like pistols akimbo, which is a lot of fun when you get him unlocked. Another one has shotgun, which was wonky, and another one has like a sword. But pistols akimbo was cool as shit. You would get it, and the way you moved in it, I mean, it was room scale, so you could move around, in your box. But then, like to move longer distances, it had the warp thing, so you use your thumb, you go whoop, whoop, and the warp works a lot better than like sliding. Like if you're constantly, like when you play a 3D game, you press W and you're moving through. Warp takes you from pad to pad, and then you can move around in that area. It sounds like it wouldn't be fun, but it works actually pretty well, and it doesn't get you sick. Where sliding can get you sick. There's some games. What was it? VR Junkers. These are old games. Where was it? VR Junkers? No, Hover Junkers. Hover Junkers is what it was. So you had these hovercraft, and you'd be out in the desert moving around, and you could basically you virtually grab this stick, so you got forward, backward, left, and right, and stuff, and you'd go around and salvage stuff and build shields and stuff up on your hovercraft, and then you'd meet up with other people, multiplayer, and you would have ththese gunfights, be hiding behind your stuff, and they could shoot your armor away, and you're trying to shoot them, but you're standing up, because you're playing this in room scale, and you had to keep your knees bent and kind of keep crouched, because as you're driving this thing, you're going over hills and doing this stuff, and you're going to fall. You're just trying to, you're constantly trying to fall over. Oh, damn. I haven't tried it in a long time, but that that slow moving in the truck, I mean, it probably takes some time to get used to it, but I was just, that lack of cues really threw me off. But I get, hell, the, what game, what was that pirate game? Um, that fucking thing makes me sick. I can't play it just on a computer monitor. I get motion sickness, not from the sea, but just from walking around because of the way the head bobble. Shit, my coffee got cold. It's not cold, but it's not hot. Let me swap these around here. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. We're going to go back to this. I'm going to show you what's over there. Just give me a second. I got to go around the corner. Actually, give me a second. I'm going to run upstairs real quick. I got to grab something out of the garage, and then I'm going to meet you in this room. Don't go away. I'll be right back.
Copy, copy. We're on a different mic now. Different headset. Turn that off. Oops. No, we want that. Break time. That's what we went off. So this is my CNC machine. This is a round thing I cut out. What are we doing? We're doing a computer build for my wife. And so we've got this case, and we're going to build a filter box for the bottom of it. So it'll be one of my not patented dust-free PCs. So case will sit on here. The feet will sit in here. It'll be bolted down, right? We'll have this fan inside the case, and that like this, and it'll pull air up through the bottom, right? So it's going to be like that. Filter inside, pulling air up through. Be painted black so it'll look nice. So that's what we're building right now. Let me give you the rest of the tour though. So I have a CNC machine. It also has, you see where that blue tape is? Underneath that, to kind of protect it, is a laser. So I do a little bit of laser etching. I've got a laser etcher in there. The problem with lasers is they make smoke, so you got to get rid of that. So that's what this is. So inside this box, I've got a 24 volt blower, and I pull this out, and then this is a fume box. I got a front cover that'll go on it, and those lines are messing me up. I got a front cover that'll go on this, and we turn this blower on. It sucks up through, down and through. The blower's in here, which is insulated with sound deadening material to keep it kind of quiet, so it doesn't sound too, it's nice and quiet really. And then this goes up and out. Well, what's this T thing here? Well, you can see that bar. I got a plunger in there. So the plunger goes all the way to the edge. It's just a dryer vent outside, but it's 4-inch PVC. So the plunger pushes all the way to the outside, and it's got some insulation around it, some foam type flexible insulation. And why is that? Well, because in the summertime when it's really humid, that humid air collects in the pipe, and I keep it cold in the house, and it condenses, and then you get water in the pipe, and then it'll start condensing down and dripping and getting in your stuff, and that's no good. So with the plunger in there, that keeps that that hot, humid air outside. So whenever I'm going to run this, I reach up there. I have to actually get up on a chair, and I pull that plunger out like this, and then it lets the air go out. And then when I'm done, push it back in. Now, here's the next level thing, right? So the next level thing is to hook it up to a linear actuator, which pulls that plunger out, right? And then pushes it back in for you electrically. That's on my mind list. So this is my work closet, right? Let me see what I can see here. What you can see here. So this is just a closet in my house, but it's not a utility closet because there's no utilities in here. That's my network wiring for my house. I've got it wired up Cat 5e for because my kids are still here and everything, and this house did not have any wiring, so as far as that's concerned, so I ran Cat 5 all through the downstairs, and then the first floor. I'm running up to the second floor. We're in a basement, a walkout basement here. I've got my cabinet that I built for my CNC. My old joke is I don't so much build things with my CNC as I build things for my CNC. As you can see, I built this thing first to hold it, and then it was throwing chips and dust and stuff everywhere. I'm like, well, I need to contain this, so I built this box. And then I had a filter on it because it would create dust. This is before I had a vacuum system, so I had a filter box on it. And then I used that to pull the smoke out when I was using the laser etcher. And then I finally added the vacuum system. and this was all at the other house, and then I brought it over here and readapted it. So my vacuum system is, well, you can see this pipe here is the vacuum. Goes into this bucket, which collects the dust, and then there's a tube behind this console, and it goes up into a pipe and out. And that goes out the garage where I have a shop vac out there, which pulls it and then blows the exhaust outside. There's another hole that goes outside. So I don't have the shop vac noise down here. If I turn this on, it's noisy, but it's not bad. It's not like having a shop vac on you. Like I said, this box I made, so it sucks and blows. This console I made to hold this. The bucket on the bottom there is, I don't see those pink tubes coming out. That's the water. There's a water pump in there with red line water, wet or distilled water, because this is water cooled. The spindle on this, which does the cutting, water cooled. Then I've got this cabinet over here with a bunch of stuff in it. This cabinet used to be messy. I used to have a whole bunch of stuff on it. It's stuff on it right now because I'm working on it. And then I moved this table in here and I moved all that stuff over here. So I still need to get some sorting done, but I got, some paints, some Arduino things. I've got projects. Oh, look, some candy. When I do soldering, that's the other thing that I do. So I've got some more of that coming up. I'll use this drawer here, which you can see I've got components in. You need an Arduino, I got Arduinos. But what I do is I pull this out, and then I'll take one of two boards. This is one of them. And I can lay this right up here like this. And then pull my chair up and I sit here, and then I take this rod or this tube right here. I detach it from there and swing it over, and I've got another tube that sits right here vertical, and it's got a side piece that comes out. Where's it at? Here it is. This thing. So it sits here, and then it'll suck up all the solder smoke from the soldering iron, so I don't not polluting the air in here, and out of the house it goes, right? So I think about everything. Let's see if I can get this camera hooked back. Engage coffee break. Can we do it, Steve? Can. Oh, that's good. I have a child's palate, so and I count calories. So my coffee costs 48 calories. That's 1 tablespoon of sugar, please. So here's what we're going to do next. Let's see. We don't need the drill press plugged in. So we'll place that over there for now. This is this side. So eventually, this, like I said, this is all going to be painted black. So I've got some pre-drilled holes that got countersinks for drywall screws that we're going to put in here. But I need to be able to screw that in here and make it right. So here's the plan. I've got these clamps on the floor here. Can you see them? No, you can't. Maybe now. So I'm going to take these clamps. I'm going to adjust this ever so carefully and try and get this set up as best I can for the edge, right? And then I'm going to apply the clamps. And then once I get that done, hopefully without moving it, without it adjusting on me, I'm going to take my hand drill, my cordless drill, and I'm going to drill pilot holes into this. And I think I'm just going to do 2 pilot holes and then put the screws in on 2 of them. And then once those are secure, then I can do the other 2. And we've got our pilot holes for the side pieces. Let me think about that real quick. That should work the same way. We got T-nuts on the bottom. That's how the case gets secured, through these holes. I got some these type bolts down through with a washer, and we'll put, since people are new here, this material here, which is drawer liner for like a tool drawer liner. What we'll do with this, right size like that, isn't it? It is. So what we'll do with this is we'll cut 2 layers of this. Hope I have enough. I think I do. 2 layers of this to cover the bottom of this thing. This is going to help it insulate, so there's not so much vibration, or if there is any vibration, it helps get it absorbed and just adds that cushion to it. And it also kind of backfills these holes here in case they're too deep. They should be right about on it, I think, but I'm not 100% sure on that. Trying to think what else. When those bolts go through and I tighten them down, it'll help cinch these up. I mean, they won't come out, but these are pounded in pretty good. And this is oak plywood, so it grabs good. I'm going down on this thing, right? Yeah. Question is if I can get, oh, you know what though, that's gonna want to come right off that shelf with the weight on there. Maybe. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, don't you know? How you gonna do the other side? How you gonna do the other side when you got, we might have to change of plans. When you got one side attached and you want to do this side, and you want it to be clamped. Man, I guess we could use these port feet. Start setting it and see what kind of adjustments we can make. How you know it's going to be square? Although if I cinch it down, it should be square because it's flat against flat. Sorry if I'm in the way. I think this is going to work. At some point, you just got to go good enough for government work and do it, right? Maybe I just should mark it and do the. Maybe I should use the drill press. Tight. Sometimes you just got to finally make a decision and go, right? Could use a C-clamp. Those are stronger. No flex to them. Everybody dance. Thing now. A little bit smaller. For years, I always talk about this. They're not a sponsor to the stream. They should be, though. For years, I never had cordless drill. I'm like, why would I want a battery when electricity, you know, I'm always going to have an extension cord. And then I bought one. Now I'm like, and it's got two, I got two batteries. Those got one charged. How straight is that? That's the question. Now we can do some examination. Hope it's square. Shouldn't have done those two in the middle. Should have left them. I think it's going to work pretty good, though. Ta-da! Want to have a little slack. Hmm. Hmm. Got any hangover? Put it on the backside. There's a little bit of overhang there. This will be the backside, though. More coffee. I got to finish all the coffee to get to the bottom of the cup. There we go. Look, drink coaster. Free drink coaster with a computer case purchase. Speaking of purchases, where's that thing at? Flight Hops, I don't know if you're still here or not. Here's one of my inventions. Whatever is it? This little baby right here. Now they sell them. You can get them for cheaps on the internets, right? On the Amazons. You can get them for real cheap. But I don't know about the quality and craftsmanship of them. I can't speak to it. I do believe the ones you can get on the real cheaps on the Amazons, you have to have software running on your computer to be able to utilize it. What is this? It's a pedal. What do you got a pedal for? For gas? No. Brakes? No. Clutch? No, it's not for driving. What's it for? Well, you ever been in a game where you got like communication, you're talking to people and you want push to talk so your mic's not open all the time? So a lot of times people put control or something or T or whatever. But maybe you got all your fingers tied up and you need hands free for something because you got your hands full of two joysticks or something, or maybe you got mouse and keyboard and you're just going crazy and you want to talk to somebody. That's what the foot pedal comes in for. This here foot pedal is powered by one of my favorite Arduinos, the Pro Micro, that works as a keyboard, joystick, or mouse. This particular model takes a USB-C connector. So it's a lot more durable, and it comes with a 10-foot USB cable. Say that again. Did you say 10 foot? I said a 10-foot USB cable. That means you could put this thing, you could plug it in anywhere on your computer and throw it down there on the floor, right? This goes on the floor, and you plug this in, that goes on your computer, and you can drag this anywhere around your computer and have access to it. What's this stuff right here, Fess? What's this? Bring it over. See it? Can we see it? These little white things. Well, you see, my default pedal was we'll call it the F13. We still might call this the F13, which I would use F13 for the default. But you see, we got 8 little switches here. That means it's 8-bit. Now we have, in binary switches, we have 255 combinations that we can program this thing for, hard-coded in here, so you don't have to load any software or anything. More than likely, you're going to set it and forget it, so the default will be F13. But if, say, you want to use it for something else that doesn't recognize F13, because there are some games out there, then you would look at the little code sheet that I'll give you, or a web page or something. I even put a scan code on there. I don't know. And then you would select the switches for the key that you wanted. So if you didn't want F13, maybe you want F14. Maybe you want left control. Maybe you want right control. Maybe you want page up. Maybe you want page down. You just throw the dip switches in there, set it down, forget it. You don't have to load any software on your computer. And whenever you press this, it's going to tell the computer you're pressing the key of whatever key you're pressing. And you set that as your push to talk. When you set your push to talk in the game, press the pedal. Was debating on whether like to maybe do some V-carve in the back of it, or maybe in the front of it. This just happens to have red acrylic on the top, CNC cutout. This is actually not even soldered in yet. I still have to solder this one, so that'll be coming up soon. This is the first prototype of this model. There will probably be improvements to it. I want to get this one made so my son can start experimenting with it and use it in real time. Good for first-person shooters. If you're an air traffic controller on VATSIM, a foot pedal is a must-have, especially if you're going to be like real controllers, because real controllers who work radar use foot pedals. How do you know this? Because I used to be one. and we use foot pedals. The only time we didn't use foot pedals typically was working tower local controller, because you were standing up. Let's do this. Can we do this? Try this. Bring this up to the edge. Prop it up. This is going to be a disaster. Thing's coming off. It's going to hit my foot. It's going to break my toe. Oops. Missed. Stop it. This isn't working for me. Fuck. This might be the way. Damn it, I tighten it up and it moves it. Not that one. Big enough? Nope. God, we could do it from the underside, I suppose. What if I... Just want this one to be a little bit better than the last one. That doesn't cause it to move. Celtic 87. We are working on a filter box for a computer for my wife. Computer. This is something. Filter boxes are something I put on all my computers. I've got this pre-drilled and everything. I'm just trying to get this right on the edge without it, you know, as close as I can. And then I'm going to get it, once I get it kind of torqued down with clamps, I'm going to drill the pilot holes into this from the other side. And God, I should have that turned the other way. So I can get it set. Then once I get it set, then I can get the side pieces set, get those screwed in, and then I can continue. But I'm just trying to get this so we don't have, you know, rough edges so much. Trying to get it as precise as I can. Which these aren't probably the best clamps for this. Because when you put the squeeze on them, it's pretty good right there. So the front side is the important one that I want. I got a little overhang here, but that's okay. Because this is the back side. I think that's probably pretty good. The question is, actually, let me try and redo this one. Spin it around so I can get. Those feel pretty good. Holding position. Now I need to get underneath and run my drill up in here, which I've got holes started for it. See if I can do this without it coming loose. All right, and we're going to use this to hold it up over here. That there. Let's put this one underneath here. All right. This is the front. Feeling good. Still feeling good. Not going to fall. All right. Is that drill bit? We need to get 2 screws in. Shit. Did it move? Hard to tell. Yeah, so all my computers are dust free, man. I don't have a dust problem in my computer like the rest of you. Like the rest of you people in the world. You have to fight the dust. I don't. I choose not to play. Only winning move, not to play. So you gonna put the dime in? You putting the dime in for the whole story? For the whole song? We can do this. Start that. Let's get this one started. And I'll give you the whole song. Alright, we're done with that. Done with that. So all right, let's see what we got here. Let's see, this is the front side, right? How does this one look? Not bad, but not great. I might need to loosen those screws up. Might have pulled them apart a little bit. That one tight. I'm gonna loosen this up just a little bit. So, yeah, air filter. 8 by 16 inch pleated air filter. So the engineering behind it, all right, is you want there to be a positive pressure inside the case. Well, how do you get a positive pressure inside the case? Well, you got to push air into it. Wasn't that what these fans do? Yeah, but all these other fans carry dust and everything in. Well, don't you put filters? Don't you have those little meshy things on there? Don't you have those little mesh covers on your fans? You know, doesn't that help? A little bit. Problem with mesh filters is the size of your fan. It drastically cuts your airflow. So if you have a filter, if you have a fan, like say if you have like a filter box like this, there's a couple things. So a filter box like this, to get the positive pressure, you need to have more air being blown in that's being pulled out. So you don't want to have a lot of fans. Actually, you don't want to have any fans pulling air out. If you push enough air in, it'll push the hot air out, right? You'll have airflow through there. The key is to any air that gets pushed into it is 100% filtered as best it can be. Now, you're going to get some stuff that's going to get past maybe on the ends depending on the quality of the filter. But the cool thing about a pleated filter is it's twice the surface area of this. So instead of having this fan pull through 140 millimeter by 140 millimeter, right up against it, which is not going to do very well, you got this fan pulling through not just this much, but this much and this much times 2, because it's a pleated filter. So your surface area of filter is this. So imagine a big square and then a box that comes down to this fan, and that's what your fan's fighting against. So it's not as much. Your airflow is reduced to what it would be without it, but not as bad as, say, this or any of the other ones. And this is way more effective than this or these other little meshy filters. So you're getting a twofold. Now on the push and pull side of it, you don't want, the only thing I have pulling out is the power supply and then whatever the video card blows out. So this fan will compensate for that and send more air in than this is going to pull out, because you'll feel, I'll tape up everything else. This will all be blocked off. This will all be blocked off, so that when this fan is running and this is running down here, you'll feel air coming out here, which is fine. We don't mind that. And our blower for our air cooler for our processor, I guess you can't see it because I'm fucking pointing at it. Can we see it now? So I'm not used to this camera. So our processor blower is going to be pointing back this way. So you're going to have the passive air coming off that, getting carried out with what's coming in as well. I also do, one of the other things I do just to keep dust from settling in with this right here is I'll take a piece of plastic and I run a tape here. I just have it can be, you know, like this without the thing in it, you know, just a piece of plastic bag or a hard drive, you know, an old hard drive plastic, you know, cut that open and just tape this flap here so that when it's off, there's no like dust that settles in. When it's on, you know, it blows out like this, like a dryer vent. And then this thing will, this filter will not have to be cleaned for a year. If it's really bad, if you got like cats in the house and stuff, you know, and you shed a lot or something, then yeah, maybe 6 months. But usually I go about a year between cleanings. And then the interior of the case is dust free. I wouldn't say virtually dust free because, you know, that's a term they use. Well, virtual, that's fake, right? So I will say it's actually dust free, where I've opened it up, taken my finger inside, run it on the bottom, no dust at all. Where you do get very little dust will be the leading edge of the fan that pulls through the filter, and you might get a little bit, very little bit, on the other fans in the case for like on the processor and stuff, depending on the quality of, you know, what's the filter that you got on the system and how sealed it is around the filter. So let's see. This is going to be the front, so I want it to look the best. Don't know that I got that where I want it to be. I guess it's good enough. That's definite. That's a definite gap there, so this is going to be the piece for hair. feel like that set out on me when I put that in, just a little bit, ever so slightly. I can feel it. There's a ridge there. I know what I can do though. This one's good here. I can totally redo this one if I need to. We're going to pull this one out. That. We're going to do this first. Yeah, it is. Now, like later on when this is good, if I put this on YouTube, no one's going to know what the hell I'm doing. Because the music doesn't go there. My name is Mud. Damn it. More screws. How's everybody else doing tonight? Anybody got New Year's plans? I'll probably be in this closet doing this. Actually, I got, well, I got to build a computer after I build this case, but I got to get this case painted before I can build a computer. Holds it together, doesn't it? Still snuck over on me. Damn it. Just can't get it perfect. I guess, you know what, the only way to get it perfect is just to take a piece of a very thin laminate, put over it. Covers, sand and file any problems down, and then use a laminate. That side's gonna fit pretty good. Ah! Oh no! Spit it out! Pulled the bucket up off the. I've got a flex tube up there, and the when it plugged it, it just like picked the dust bucket up. Crap, I just thought of something. I think they'll be low enough though. There are places on here, rivets on the bottom of the case that need to be drilled out, but my screws are countersunk deep enough, it's not going to matter. Very good, sir. I should start with the top on this one. That's a little better or not. Every board has this little warp. Alrighty. I need 6. That's not the way. Almost done with this part. All right. All the screws are in. Or at least that part. Corner square. That's good. Because this is not warped. Let's play with the giant snake of death. Ah! Oh, no, no. It's really too small of a pipe on this end. All right. Done with pilots for a little while. Ah, fuck. There goes my toe. Oh. take my jacket off after that. I don't think it's broken. I think it's just the abrasion. Oh yeah, it took some skin off through the sock. It's probably gonna bleed a little bit. My pain is your content. Or wait, my content is your pain? Good tune. It is out of sight. Actually, other way. Thank you very much. Just not quite enough, is it? Right there. Usually that plugs in the top of the motherboard up here too, so. Yep, let's move it out. There we go. Unimus. We need to clean that out. It's dirty. This is a pretty case. Let me check my lock washer status here. Lock washers. And the bolts are here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do a dry fit here. Let's see. Might have to go flat washer. I'll be right back. I need to get the power supply so I can see if it's going to be propped up on those bolts or not. All right. Doom, doom, doom. Don't need the T-nuts anymore. Get the nippers out of here for now. I've been on a Seasonic kit for power supplies. That's what I put in the last, well, let's see, it's what I have in my machine, put in my kid's machine, I'm putting in my wife's machine, and I'm going to put a new one in my rebuild. Smelling new electronics. Comes with a dice bag. Oops. Think we're going to be good. Think we're going to be good, boys. Damn, that looks sharp. I don't think it rides on those. Need a smaller piece. Need a little piece of wood or something so I can see. Not long enough. Need to, oh, this will work. Shim. Yep, it's below that. Yes, we're good. So lock washers will work. Wanna torque it down. See how we're looking here. Got to come back off. What do you mean I need to focus? Fuck, watch your eyes. Fuck was that? Oh, that washer. Tip it up and it's like, I hear metal moving. Oh. Eh. All right. I don't remember if I put stuff down on the inside or not. Can't remember on that other one. Go look at it. These are sharp. It's a bad place to put fingers. On my early models that I did, I would take, didn't have this mesh, you know, it was just like regular. I would cut it out with a jigsaw. And I used to use car trim insulation, you know, like you'd put in, like if you had a hole or something in a firewall, or door trim. And I would push that around in there. But I usually didn't have wood coming right up next to it either. I mean, I could take the files and run it down. This would be hard to do over here. I don't know. There's not much I can do there. Probably not without getting a wheel going. Gonna make a mess and put metal flakes everywhere. Hopefully this will have marked. Although with 2 layers of insulation underneath it, I might not need to divot out those spots. Let's see what this damage did, torquing those down. Like they're mostly flat. I don't want that to rub the wall. think I'll do the end pieces first. Power tools. Where I put that pencil? There it is. Ow, splinters. Had a bad splinter a couple years ago. Oof. It was the toothpick from hell. I had a. I still have the scar. Was it on this hand? Yeah, I think it was this hand. Okay. Oh yeah, there's a scar. I had pictures of it. So we just moved in this house. I was cutting a piece of wood, plywood, for a stand for a printer, for the printer. So I've gone back over to the house. I cut it. I was in a hurry, and I didn't have gloves on. I was just trying to wipe the dust off. I was going like this, wiping the dust off, and I caught a splinter that was as wide as my finger, and it was fat. It was probably close to 1/8 of an inch on one end, and then it was pointy on the other, and it went in and broke off. And there was this toothpick point that was coming out this side of my finger. It didn't bleed at all. It was just a piece of wood coming out of my finger, and then it was a little bit bloody on this backside. And so basically, I was skewered through and through with. I tried. I couldn't budge it. It stopped hurting after a few minutes. It settled down. But I had to go to the urgent care, and they had to take it out, and it was horrible. They had, because he was going to try and pull it out. No, it's thicker on this side, and so they're trying to go back. She ended up having to take a needle and just basically skewer my meat and to open it up to be able to get a hold of it and pull it out, because it was just stuck in there. And then I had to have, before that though, they gave me the shot of Novocaine. And if you've ever had a shot in your fingertip, it is the most painful. It ranks up there with the roof of the mouth, because there's so many nerves in there. Can I mess in here? Good deal. Getting my hands precariously close. Piece of cake. Oh, the glasses. Uh-oh. Does it matter? Then I get. Oh, we need the smaller ones. My back. Oh, I've been over it cracked. There'll be another one in here. And then we'll use that liner to seal it up tight. So like I could actually, this is an inch more than what we need actually. So this could be cut down. We'd have to get smaller boards and it'd probably work out just fine. Debating whether to pre-drill this or not. This stuff's pretty soft. But I don't want it to split either. I think I will pre-drill it. $15 3/4, perfect. Play there. quarters. That's funny. That one looks. Why are you doing it like this? Well, because measurements aren't exact. If I know if I can put it up there and mark it, then I know it'll fit. Actually, measurements can be exact, but cutting might not be. It might be screwed either way. Actually, this is the way to do this. From here. God damn. Be right back. All right, then. Watch your toes. Let's see if this fits both sides. Old man. If you're young, wait, it'll be gone soon, and you'll be old, and be like, God damn it. But I mean, old is a state of mind, but it's also a state of fucking body that you can't help. So I feel like I have a young state of mind, but the that fits pretty good in there. The you know, eventually everybody's body fails. That's why you die. Get old. All right, we'll just copy this one. Just run us another copy off. Look at that. We had just enough wood, a little bit left over for scraps. I was in a very ecclesiastical mind today. I don't know if you know what that means or not. Mindset today. It's like every song I heard on the radio or elsewhere was just like, fuck, you were young when that song came out. You remember that? Remember all the shit you didn't do because you were busy fucking getting in your career and shit? Like the whole grunge movement, man. You know, it was like I was out of college. Like the music. I love music of the 90s. Ah! Let go, let go! I never really liked like hair metal 80s music. I just, you know, there's some 80s music I like some of the early 80s stuff. And there's a little bit at the end. But came out a little bit smaller. You like that grubby chicks? All right, I'm gonna do a little trimmy trim here. That. Trim up there. Trim up there. We're almost done with this phase. Air traffic controller song. It's hard. That's not going to work. Can't do that with this. Not that drawer. You do that. Wow. It's not a very good saw. Jesus. My back saw is dull. And it's hard to hold. I'd be better off using my little... Let's see what this does. Way better. Alrighty. More vacuum. More vacuum. I like the sound when the big pieces go up. Watch your feet. Uh-oh. Let's see, I got one more piece to... Forgot. Forgot to do this piece. See if you can see. What can you see? There we go. There's our retainer for the filter. And then we will have padding in here so it's tight. Now, I want to screw this in. I'm gonna go with this one. Fuck, I gotta watch so I don't hit those other screws. I don't think I did. I need a holder for this up high, so I have to keep bending over for it. Oh, this is steeper. See what this does. That was weird. It's good, y'all. Oh, you know what? Hope I didn't put any screws there. Ooh, that one's gonna be close. Shit. I might have to move a screw. This one I know is good. Bottom out onto the tabletop. That's gonna hit that screw. Damn it. Fuck. Well, that won't go all the way through, so. Feed the monster. Alrighty then. Pretty much perfect. Actually, I'm going to need this so I can measure. Let's see, do I need to drill any more hole? Oh, you know what? Any marks over here? Let's take a look-see on the back side, because when we turn this over, I have 2 rivets, 3 rivets for the motherboard tray. So let's put this on here. See where those rivets come down. Maybe we can mark it. Oh, yep, that's holding it up a little bit. Oh, I gotta pop my back. Oh, standing too much. Burning calories, yo. I think it might be about time for a Mexicoke. Take our little pencil. Kneel down. Tip it up. Ooh, that one's right there on the is on that screw. Close to it. I need some carbon paper. Can you sing with a pickle in your mouth? Yeah. All right, but those don't even match up. Or do they? That one and that one. What about that one? Is it? Nope, those are in a line. Sing with a pickle in your mouth. All right, let's do what we need. Let's go with a big one. And maybe this will be the last drill. The last drilling we will do, hopefully. I'll put a little dimple here. Could just measure it. Dummy. It's right from the edge, right? Where's our measuring stick? Measuring stick says let's go with millimeters because probably they went with. About 1.5 centimeters. 1.5 centimeters. That's a lot closer. That's 1.5 there. Maybe it's this side of the line then. This is the hard one here. Bit's too big. What's it like to drill on the razor's edge? That's Brad Pitt. Oh no, wait, that's Bill Murray. Two different movies about Tibet. That one comes down. I think that one comes down, so we still got this knucklehead. Might need to do that one too. Ah, damn it. That's right next to it. Oh my god, I've been streaming for almost 8 hours. It's an 8-hour stream. Time is it? 9 o'clock. That's like a full day's work, man. I got 1 sub today. That means I made $2.50 streaming. $2.50 divided by 8. What is that? Can almost do that math, right? Let's see. 2.5 divided by 8 hours equals 31.25 cents per hour. Ah, that's better. She can flush up now, I think. Or at least closer to it. Well, it's not going to matter much anyway because I'm going to have those pads there, but it'll help. That way we got some relief spots. All right, the ads. See, these are going to come in handy for the top piece here. And this is the proper width. Right? Determine that. Yep. Now, I just have to very carefully let's clean up our desk here. Okay. Drill bits, put them up. Oh, forgot one. Okay, drills go here. That over here. Get that out. Gonna need the scissors. The nice thing is there's like little lines on here, like little seams. If you keep your eye on it, you can cut a straight line. he says. Now I lost it. Pretty close. Actually, that may be the way to do it. This is the way. See, now I'm getting into like textiles management too. This project has it all. We're doing a best guess here. I'm having a hard time. Having a hard time. Gotta get the scissors past this one spot. Just go with what we got. I need super glasses. Follow this line. I need to have the light reflecting on it too. There we go. Sorry if I'm blocking the camera. There we go. Now let's see if that's straight. All right, I just need another one. If I just start at the end and follow the line, and it should be the same. And started. Shoe buddy. Little grooves in here that if you can keep it in sight with the reflection of the light, makes it, then you can cut a straight line. Do the best we can. There we go. Now if I did it right, it should match up. Damn it. Oh, I didn't want to do that. All right. this over. Hold it together. Hope I got this right. Find out. Like Charlie Brown cutting out a ghost costume. I should quit. My back hurts. Go sit down and veg. Fuck it, we're gonna be here all night. Been up since 6 a.m. 6:30. Uh-oh. Mic's still working? Yep. Here's the fun part. This is pretty easy. It's arts and craft time. Remember those skills from kindergarten? See, if I was smart, work this out in a laser cutting program. Let the laser do it. Hope it doesn't catch fire. Actually, I'll have to see what it takes to cut this stuff. Look, another coaster. See how long this is. Probably get those cut out. All right. Never fits right. stretchy and squishy. Those seem substantially off. Though. How is that possible? Let's see what it looks like when I put this on. All right, line those up first. Those look lined up. Just scooched a little bit. All right, we got a lot hanging out over here on this side. We can trim. Drink of water. Hydrate. All right. How did this thing get all stretched out? Maybe it was scooched up. Okay, we line it up like that because that looks the most aligned. We just readjust those holes. That's it right there. I know I'm not talking much because I'm 8 hours, 8.5 hours into this, minus a meal break. Oops. I think this will work. That's it. All right, peoples. Now, what next? What do we do next? Next, we make a mess. Shit, I am determined. Screwed. Do, 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 do. Put these in here. When I forget, you guys tell me I put the screws in the box. Another coaster. Bam. Get the big brush. Oh, you know what? We're gonna have to cut some more of that stuff. Actually, to cover the front, the top, we haven't done that, but let's go ahead and get this thing, coat of paint on it, right? Oh, let's see. Let's do this. What's on with my mouse? Need more. I need more. Need a different song. Need a song for Shake and Paint. Well, I like this song, so we'll listen to it. Valspar, Project Perfect, durable latex enamel. Shit, did I not get that screw in far enough? Shit. Well, I think that's about it for now. Let that dry, and then do another coat tomorrow. When we do the padding for the top, we need to pull the front off the case and get that all cleaned up and insulated. Once we get the case mounted to the filter box, then we can assemble the PC. Let's see, is he screaming? Well, I'm gonna shut her down. Go wash this brush and oh, god damn it. I love it when I step on the headset cord. Anyway, I'm gonna shut this down and then night and probably go eat again. Thanks for watching for those who hung out. And thanks for Scotty for thank you to Scotty for the sub, man. You're my biggest supporter.